and I was teaching an officer candidate school class. And we took a break, and there's a TV in their break room, and they had seen one of the planes hit the tower. Yeah.
Yeah, I recall exactly where I was at. It was between Oak Springs and Hunters Point, and I heard that. I was like, uh-oh. At first, I thought it was just a little Cessna. I said, oh, that's nothing. And the Cessna hitting this tower is just like a mosquito. And then when I got to work, they said, no, it's not. It's a jumbo jet. Whoa. It's something I'll never forget.
It was really difficult trying to teach class. So we had to stop class because the students were so upset. Yeah, I get chills just thinking about how frightening that was.
Yep.
That was 19 years ago. Can't believe that time passed so quickly.
It's amazing, huh? How fast time goes.
Yep. And they're still having trials. I read about that in the U.S. Today about how they're saying that the embassy, the embassy for the Saudis may have been involved in that whole thing.
Wow. After 19 years, still things popping up, huh?
Hi, good morning. This is Delegate Crotty. I'm on the line.
Good morning, Honorable Crotty. We're just waiting for Budget and Finance Committee members. It's only you and I.
This is Delegate Brown. I'm on the line.
So that we should have a moment of silence.
That's a good idea. Ayate, Honorable Brown. Well, we got 3 members, myself, Honorable Crotty, and you.
Coming in, it's 4.
We got 4. So we got a quorum. Chair, let's kick the road. I mean, not kick the road. Let's kick the progress in gear.
Good morning. Yeah, I was listening in for a while here. Is Ramona available?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. Here.
All right, good. Oh, man. Yeah, the sneezes every morning real bad here. If you would do a roll call for us, Ramona?
Sure, I'll be in.
Okay.
I wonder which one.
Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, comprehensive budget hearing, September 11, 2020. J.D. Pino, your location, please.
I'm present here in Raymond, New Mexico.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr.
President Shanella. In New Mexico, Albuquerque.
Okay, thank you, Shanella. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Elmer P. DeGay. Elmer P. DeGay. Amber Kenneth Crotty. Amber Kenneth Crotty. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown. Chairman, we have 2 members present.
Okay. We'll wait and get, we
Chair,
get
this is
everybody
Peggy.
back. Fine.
Chair, this is Peggy.
Peggy.
Delegate Yellow Hair is asking to be excused. He has a family event today that he has to be at.
Okay. I'll get you there. What do we have just today to go over the unmet needs and the carryovers and then the personal lapse savings?
Chair, usually the committee doesn't deal with the unmet needs. If you
Okay.
remember, there is something about if there's supplemental funding available, then the 3 branch chiefs have to prioritize those unmet needs, and then they can make those requests at that time.
Okay.
But unmet needs is usually not part of the exhibit.
Okay. Well, just to look at it, right? Because the other part is we need to set a limit on the carryovers too. We need to find out how much carryovers is total. And like last year, we set the limits for executive, legislative, and judicial.
Yes, that's happened before. I believe Kristen had an email that she sent me where it shows in the past year's resolution that there's a clause that puts a limit on the 3 branches. Each one had a certain dollar amount, but then it also had an exhibit where it listed the certain programs that requested certain amounts for their justified reason. Chair, this is
Kristen, go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. I would like to hand the carryover reins over to OMB. They are going to take over handling the carryover exhibit, and I'll defer to OMB for any technical questions on how the carryover works. But the legislation shows $4,500,000 for the government branches, and that's broken down into executive, legislative, and judicial. And then there's another section of that paragraph, other unexpended operating fund balances for divisions, departments, and programs listed in Exhibit H. So those are like 2 separate, distinct paragraphs in the legislation. The other thing I wanted to hopefully address with the committee is in the legislation, if I can find it, paragraph pertaining to unmet needs. I noticed something in the resolution that dealt with, it's in paragraph N. It's a directive from, BNF to the branch chief to prioritize the unmet needs. And it references 820L of the Appropriations Act. But when I looked at that section, there's no authority in that code section for the branch chief to prioritize unmet needs. So I was proposing to take that out for 2 reasons. One is it says in accordance with 820L, and 820L does not in fact say that. But then the other thing is what the code section actually says is the Budget and Finance Committee may convene budget hearings for the purpose of considering hearing and requests for supplemental appropriations. So it just seems like the Budget and Finance Committee is giving away some of their authority to the branch chiefs. And then the other issue is the branch chiefs haven't actually done that. At least they didn't do it last year. And then OMB comments on that in the budget impact analysis that it hasn't been done. And so it just makes it seem as if there's something that's being done that's in violation of the code, but that's not the way I'm reading it, Chair.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. We'll have put that as a discussion item for the committee.
Chair, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair. Vice Chair.
That's really interesting to have that brought up. 820L.
Yeah.
I guess my question would be to legislative council. There's no actual priority in the law, but yet they're saying this is a priority. This is what you guys got to consider as number one. So as committee members, if that's written in there or if it's written into the legislation, do we have to make a motion and a second to amend that so that language corresponds with the current law under 820L? I guess that could be a question to legislative council.
Yeah. Kristen?
Yes, Chair. Yeah. So I'm not seeing that language in 820L. I'm willing for DOJ or OMB to point out maybe it's in another part of the Appropriations Act that I missed. But if it's not in the code and it's not a requirement, but putting it in the legislation, you're making it a requirement that the code isn't imposing. And then the other, I mean, I know the person that writes the legislation, so I can just, as long as I have a clear direction as to the wishes of the committee, it doesn't need to be formal. It's just I need actual task direction from the Budget and Finance Committee. So if you choose to do it formally through a motion and a second and a vote, or if you just want to have a discussion on this call and then the chair gives me marching orders, that's fine as well, Chair.
Okay, that's maybe start working on it. I'm sure the committee will go that way. It seems like that vice chair is already looking at that amendment, making that motion. So
okay, very good.
To start working on it, and that way it'll be handy, ready to go right away.
Yes, Chair.
So anybody watch the game last night? Game 1 of NFL?
I watched part of it.
That's
all the
good.
way I watched third quarter.
So
yeah.
Really, good morning, sir. This is Robert Willie from Controller's Office. I'm on.
Good morning, Robert Willie. How you doing?
Doing good. I did see the game too. There's actual fans there. I was surprised. About 16,000.
Yeah. Yep. That means like it was a pretty good game. I think I joined after it kind of got dark a little bit. Just when we came back in, and it was like almost halftime. That's when I started watching it. Yeah, so Sunday, the big day, Sunday night, Robert. Make sure you wear your blue and silver.
We're going to spoil the the opening night for the Coliseum in Los Angeles.
That's right.
Who they playing?
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Cowboys and Rams.
Cowboys and Rams?
Yeah, Sunday Night Football.
Oh, I was meeting last night with homeless or unsheltered relative advocates. They're concerned about the upcoming winter season and what's the plans for the nation to make sure we don't have any exposures or when they need to isolate. So I could give you an update on that.
You know, that's where I was looking at actually Pine Hill here, the clinic. They're looking at if they get CARES money, looking at getting some travel trailers. They've already cleared the area where they're going to.
Yellow Hair's on the line. Yellow Hair's on the line. Good morning.
Okay, good. All right, Ramona, can you do a roll call again?
Sure, Chairman. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, September 11, 2020 comprehensive budget hearing. Jamie Kenyo, and your location?
I'm present. I'm here in Raymond, Mexico.
Thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr.
Present, Peltiz in Mexico.
Okay, thank you, Shanola. Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Yeah. Good morning. This is Yellow Hair, and here in Winter right now. But I'll be driving out to Rough Rock from here on. My colleague here, so I'll be with you guys all the way. And I'll probably lose you guys. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yellow Hair. Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay. Amber Kenneth Balcrotty.
It's the Delegate Amber Canis Balcrotty is calling in from Winter Rock, Navajo Nation. Good morning.
Thank you, today. Good morning, Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown here, calling in from Kansas, Navajo Nation. Yeah.
Thank you, today. Good morning. Chairman, we have 5 members present.
Thank you for that roll call, Ramona. Thank you. We have 5 members, and we will reconvene, come back to order. We did motion and second to recess last night, so therefore I need a motion to come back out of recess.
This is Delegate Brown on motion.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown motions, and second by Shananta. Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair to come back out of recess. With this, so I'll do a roll call vote. Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair.
I vote green.
Delegate Yellow Hair votes green. Shananta, Vice Chair Smith. Green. Vice Chair Smith votes green. Shananta, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canis Balcrotty votes green. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Daniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. We do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Delegate Elmer P. Begay not voting. With this, we are back in order. It is 9:28 a.m. and then we'll move forward this morning with the Zanigi. They have Ebnach It's not the honey, Tony, but he's Lenny Benach. Zanibi had Otsiko. Even at you call it. Shana, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. Hudson doesn't behind seals. Boneta.
Thank you very much. I think it's in the citizen grab or just here. Shashka Yarshika Hajo Dolatish Hajo Painitz Kodo Budget Finance Committee. Koro yet gender conhitas talk and financial thought net and the net base non net position energy. CEO will have a very good government continue from October 21st to October 1st on nothing was it. Large dog was it general but get out these done. The never base other none never cut the chato better in her son let a care at monitor. The never cut the just that the 24 councilman. We will be the best of 24 councilmen. CEO and days, and I can not a hakuja. Us show the no us can audition. Could I even so in China is a country. She can't actually card on that, this here no in the club what $8 here. Which has an asking to liquid artist at one house. Yes, needed. Generously. Yeah.
Last night, not dog yellow hands, no cut. Binzuni, Albanache, Conde, Nata. If it's not a honey clonder, I got the butchik there, what I get. So, even at J, becomes September 11th. September 11th, she needs the husband of the Hotina. So, ADGA, and that's just a hashing son. Make it the Hadi, I don't question it. A cadet con and Daka. The last song. Aden, a told the cutting had the young nature. So, even after a could I heard staff before we started, moment of silence on request to Yahoo. So, even Javika, the honey either. So, the moment of silence that they used for 9/11, so the Hadi Stigi was a big kid has stayed the same nature. I bear him, a moment of silence about East Coast. The Adashnada. I'd say next week, Hada. Geschüne. Ja, lass uns da. Today, NASA. What the hopefully before noon we can get everything done. Would you have Office of the Controller on the line? I heard Robert Willie.
Yes, sir. Robert Willie, I'm on the line.
And we have Kristen, our Chief Legislative Counsel, who's also on the line with us. Do we have Department of Justice on the line?
Good morning, Chair. This is Ajwa from DOJ.
Good morning, Ajwa. And then do we have our Office of Management and Budget on the line? Do we have OMB on the line? Okay. And then also, do we have any other delegates there on the line? Bashina, thank you. With that, let's move forward. And last night we were talking about looking at unmet needs to see what unmet needs are. I think there's a list that's been compiled. Though the other one is looking at the carryover amounts. What are the carryovers? And then also the personnel lapse fund. And then also the legislation that will be put together for the 2021 comprehensive budget. So even I remember last year, unmet needs, there was a total of $90 million. And that's where I wish OMB was on the line. Is OMB on the line? Okay, but there's one area that we need to take care of first, Nanta. This was a general discussion we had before we had a quorum. Kristen, can you
yes, Chair.
bring this issue before the committee, which is what we were talking about this morning regarding the authority of BNF? And I believe we're talking about Section 8.
Yes, let me get that paragraph in the legislation. I have provided.
Which legislation? Which legislation are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Chair. I am talking about the draft legislation of the comprehensive budget. I emailed it out yesterday, and I can email it out again right now. I'm having a little trouble with my. You know what? I'll just read it. The paragraph reads as follows. It's in the findings of the comprehensive budget resolution. It reads, the Navajo Nation hereby directs the branch chiefs of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches to prioritize the unmet needs of their respective branches and to prepare the appropriate budgets for such prioritized needs for consideration by the appropriate standing committee with oversight for potential supplemental appropriations in fiscal year 2021 in accordance with 12 NNC 820L. But I was reading 820L last night, and I noticed that there's no requirement in 820L for the branch chiefs of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches to prioritize the unmet needs and for those budgets to be approved by the standing committee with oversight. So what 820L says, the code provides, upon notification from the controller of additional projected funds, the Budget and Finance Committee may convene budget hearings for the purpose of hearing and considering requests for supplemental appropriations. So since the code isn't requiring the branch chiefs to prioritize and prepare those exhibits, it's actually this resolution that is giving the request to the branch chiefs to prepare those budgets. So the issue is, first of all, 820L doesn't have that requirement. And then second of all, the Budget and Finance Committee is authorized by the code to conduct hearings. Now, we don't typically conduct what's called supplemental appropriations hearings throughout the fiscal year, but we do hear requests for supplemental appropriations in the form of individual legislation. So I would assert that the delegates have the authority to and the discretion to determine what the priority spending is for the Navajo Nation by virtue of the fact that they're voting to approve UUFB legislation. Chair.
Thank you for that. So, committee members, are there any questions or comments regarding this? What we're talking about now?
Chair Hadio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
Oh, good morning, Budget and Finance Committee members. So there's in behind lagi hasche kela. I have a moment of silence. Nache hape beheni. Deeded. Oh, man, this is. Ishi bishma sanita. priority list even the departments. Khedida bendo nisto khedida lanjan dot asigi. It was just a verbal sheet, like we always do. And from there on, it just continued. Budget Finance Committee, but boldly. I'd like to make a motion to keep in line with the current language. Since Legislative Council had brought that to our attention, 820 Alaki. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, a motion, and is there a second to that motion?
Yellow hair.
Delegate Yellow Hair seconds that motion. With this, Kristen, do you have the language ready?
I can just delete that. I can delete that paragraph altogether. I was just talking to another attorney, and maybe the best way to handle it is just to delete the paragraph altogether.
Okay.
Unless the committee wants something different, but I think it can just be deleted.
Okay, that's the motion, Vice Chair Smith, to delete that paragraph.
Chair, Abiga, to delete the paragraph.
Gashina, second, Shinata, Delegate Yellow Hair. Abiga, yeah.
Oh, Biga, Biga.
Gashina, that committee members' questions, comments on the motion. Second.
The paragraph is out.
Chair, for the record, can we identify what page this is on and then what paragraph I think it's in, but I'm not sure what the page number is. Looking at the draft legislation, and I sent you Kristen's email again this morning you can see the draft legislation.
Chair, this is Kristen. It's page 6 of the draft legislation, 6, and it's paragraph N as in November.
Okay. Did you get that, Peggy?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Kashina, with that, the committee members are not hearing any questions or comments. So call for the vote. Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair.
How about Green, Chile?
Kashina, Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Kashina, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Tinsbaugh-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Yeah. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Okay, with that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting, Delegate Elmer P. Begay not voting. Motion carries. With that, we have OMB on the line.
OMB is on the line.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Bial. Good to hear you this morning. And we are now at the carryover
I'm sorry, Chair, before we go to the carryover, are we done with the draft legislation? I just wanted on page 7, line 9, I just wanted to ask the committee if we could make an amendment.
Sure. Let's continue with the draft legislation. I don't have a copy here.
I
there
can
it is.
read it.
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. You have a copy here.
Yes. Thank you for committee members on the line. It's just 2 lines. So it says it's line 9, page 7, O, or it'll be the new N. The Navajo Nation hereby waives 12 NNT section 820I and 860 for the purpose of passing a comprehensive budget because the capital improvement plan is not available. If I could ask Legislative Council to create language as a directive. We did, Delegate Freeland and myself with the Speaker's office, we did try to create a capital improvement plan, but because of, just everybody being strained, we didn't get it in time. But if there could be a directive, and our hope is that we can pass a capital improvement plan within this fiscal year. Chair, if I could get, if I need to expand on that, if there's any questions, but I do think that there should be some directive language in there to develop the capital improvement plan. Thank you, Chair.
Kashina, thank you for that amendment request. This is page 9 of 9, did you say?
Page 7 on my copy.
7. Okay, 7 of 9.
Line 9.
Okay. I don't have a number copy, so let's see. So is it after J, K, or L?
It'd be O.
Oh, okay.
Could do a COA.
Dominic. Is that loud?
Okay. Kashina, there's a motion by Delegate Amber Crotty to insert language into the draft legislation as a directive. And Kristen.
Yeah, Chair. Sorry.
Is your language?
Chair, to whom should the directive be directed? I don't know if it's to the delegates or and in full disclosure, I do have a request for legislation, and I have been in contact with Melinda from the Speaker's office, and I had sent an email trying to clarify something. I got a response, and I just have not been able to get back to that issue with all of the budget, the oversight, and the comprehensive budget hearings. So it's kind of, the legislation itself is under development at this stage, and I'm not sure if the directive is to OLC to issue the legislation, or would it be to the council to approve legislation? So I do need clarification of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that insight, Kristen. We'll go back to Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Full disclosure, I'm one of the delegates who's requesting the capital improvement plan. The Division of Community Development, they are not ready. They do not have the exhibits that we need. And so the directive would be for the Office of Community Development to develop that capital improvement plan as per the code. I can answer any other questions. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have any other questions, Kristen? Do you have any further?
Chair, yeah, okay. Yes, so it's to the Division of Community Development to prepare a plan.
and if I'm recalling correctly, they needed input from the chapters. So if I say something like to coordinate with the chapters to get chapter input to complete the plan, would that be satisfactory?
Okay. Commissioner Delegate Member Crotty.
Chair, I could work on some language. It actually, as we know, the chapters, they have all approved their 5-year ICIP, so that's available. Now it's community development that needs to develop and submit their first year projects, and we're just not there yet. So it is the community, the Division of Community Development. They use the chapter's ICIP plans, and we just need them to develop the Kristen, or Ms. Lowe, if you could look at last year's fiscal budget memo, there is language from the president. We're working together to get this done, and so that might be helpful too in that language. I think he also identifies the Division of Community Development. We've been working with the executive director, their team. It's been a good conversation. We just haven't had enough time, so the impact, Chair, to all of us is if you're not on the 5-year plan, not only are we waiving appropriation law, then it requires, a 2/3 vote. We don't have a solid plan for the nation. We get into UUFB, projects start getting cherry picked. And so I think there should be more planning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that.
Chair, may I
comment? Back to our fiscal attorney, Ms. Kristen Lowe.
Sure, this is Kristen. Yes, thank you. And thank you, Delegate Crotty, for that information. I can work with that in coming up with something. I don't have immediate access to the president's budget memo from last year, so that it might take me a little while to track that down. Sure.
Okay, yeah. Well, hold that then, and then we'll be coming back to the legislation at the end of our discussion, so we can entertain this motion at that time once the language is complete. Ashwi Ashunanta, Delegate Crotty. Delegate Amber Crotty, is it okay if we come back to this after we finish our discussions? Delegate Amber Crotty, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, I'm still here, Chair. I'm sorry, was there a question?
Yes, Kristen was to be doing a little bit of research on the issue. So we'll be coming back to the legislation before we officially adjourn, and then we can entertain that motion then when the language is ready.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Appreciate that. With that, any other questions or comments are in the legislation committee members?
Chair Handy, I got a question. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, once this legislation is completed, it goes to NABI and goes to council. If there's any other legislative concerns or conditions of appropriation, that can be entertained at either NABI or council. Am I correct?
the conditional appropriations. Yes.
Chair. Yeah, it's Ayat here. Can you come speak up louder?
Vice Chair Smith.
Oh.
There you go.
Mayor. Can you hear me now?
Oh.
My question was the draft legislation kabande kinigi. They so state they the Tindo Council. They the conditions of appropriation legislative concerns that they if it be not those so shape baza.
Oh, that's because during Nabi and Council, the legislation is open to amendments, and delegates can make those amendments at that time if they wish to do that.
Because she said not I'll wait till then on the amendment.
Kashina, thank you for that. Any questions or comments on the draft legislation? We'll be coming back to this draft at the end of our discussion this morning before we adjourn to finalize the legislation. So between now and then, take some time to read it. If you have questions on it, then we can deliberate on those questions at that time. So since we have OMB on the line this morning, Mr. Bial is with us. There is an email that was sent by Miss Kristen Lowell this morning, and it's to the committee members and to Mr. Bial, which is giving the carryover exhibits back to OMB for editing and completion. So with this, Mr. Bial, do you have the exhibits for carryovers available? Mr. Bial, are you still with us?
Mr. Chair, while you were asking questions, I was asking the staff how far along they are. About an hour.
Okay. Kashina, and then they'll have that email to us?
Yes.
Kashina, on the legislation, if you have a copy, Mr. Bial.
Yes, I do.
There's an Exhibit H. And is this what your staff is working on?
Well, the answer would be yes, but here's a question about it. In the past, the Budget and Finance Committee
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. We're constructing the carryover listing in the typical Exhibit H format. But I was starting to say that there would be a question about it, though, and which is in the past, the way the Budget and Finance Committee over the years has worked with the carryover listing is they've gone through it and chosen and selected those that they want to support. So it's typically not everything. But this time around, the Budget and Finance Committee has heard from the various oversight committees, and a lot of them have carryover requests. And some of them, well, by now, all of the legislations were approved by BNF committee. And by that, I don't know if you mean that you've accepted all the carryover requests as well. And as we were beginning to discuss yesterday before the recess, is there's a question about the searching for a word about the whether it would be smart to approve personnel fund carryovers because it would thwart in part the intent of the Personnel Savings Lapse Fund. So anyway, as I said, we're working on the typical Exhibit H. At this point, it would include everything that we've been able to get from the Oversight Committee recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Christina, thank you for that. Well, I believe there was already an email that we discussed yesterday from Mr. Robert Willie, which stated that the personnel carryover requests, as they are pretty much the personnel lapse fund, with their projections, they've already absorbed those into the personnel lapse fund. Therefore, it'd be hard to, consider that. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know if the committee might have other thoughts, but those have already been absorbed into the figures that was given to us yesterday of $13 million. So, but in the meantime, 11 o'clock is what your staff was looking at to have this available exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Christina, with that, committee members, any questions or comments regarding this discussion right now?
Helio.
Oh, good morning, Shananta. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, this is so I don't have any question, but later on, maybe discussion here regarding the legislation. I have some to say about this. So that's it.
Christina, Shananta, I'll get Elmer Begay. Committee members, any other discussions? Well, OMB is still working on the exhibits. Mr. Biel, one other thing too is, do you have last year you gave us a figure of unmet needs at $90 million. This year, you still have do you have a figure available for the committee to consider again for unmet needs?
Yes, sir. Chairman Henio, yesterday we sent the unmet needs requests. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, a total figure of what we're looking at
Okay, the unmet need listing that we compiled based on the recommendations from the various oversight committees, the grand total is $133.9 million. That's for the entire government, all branches, divisions, and so forth. Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. And this is an email that was sent by you?
By myself and or Lisa Jim.
Okay. I'm trying to look for it here. No, in the morning or after? Okay, no carryover request. Okay. Okay, we'll find it then. Kushina, well, committee members. Here's that word.
Chair,
Go ahead.
Chair, no, could I add on, Mr. Villar, thank you very much for bringing to say unmet needs. I wanted to make sure that over at Mr. Marty Ashley's office, make sure that his unmet needs also in there, and also from telecommunication from Pearl Lee, they asked for unmet needs. Make sure those two are in there. They're brought up before us as unmet needs. Mr. Villar, turn the floor back to you, to the chair. Thank you very much, and come back on mute now.
Okay, Mr. Villar, would you send that again? I can't find it here. It might be hiding somewhere. But if you could.
Could you also, Chair?
Peggy, go ahead.
Could you also include the staff in that email, please? Because I don't see it anywhere in my email.
Okay, send it to Peggy, and then she'll send everything out to us. Dominic, if you can.
Okay.
Kashina, we appreciate it. So, staff, it seems that we have to wait for about an hour in order to start our discussion on the carryover requests and for the legislation. And yeah, and with that, there's really nothing on our agenda unless if we want to start talking about the unmet needs. The other thing that we also have to discuss is the personal lapse savings fund. But I remember the exercise we did last year when everything was on the board, and we're going back and forth, and Ms. Shim was on her calculator going 90 miles an hour. Every time we add another figure in there, she'd be like, okay, and punching everything in. And it was good to meet in person that way to come to a final determination on the use of the personal lapse savings fund. But we don't have that luxury right now, so we just kind of have to play it by ear. But Peggy, is there anything else that we need to discuss? Otherwise, we would have to just recess for up to 11 o'clock until we come back.
Sure,
to give OMB time to finish up the task of the carryover requests. Peggy?
Chair, we do still have a couple of outstanding issues that the committee needs to decide on. It's pertaining to the budget. We have the prosecutor's office was almost ready to present their revised budget. I'm not sure if you want to see that. The other one is the veterans email this morning asking if the committee wanted to see their revised budget as well. Those two budget changes, I'm not sure how you want to proceed on in that area, but as far as like the conditions of appropriations exhibit and the legislative concerns exhibits, those also need to be discussed by the committee, or at least just reviewed, so you know what you need to defend going forward when you present this budget legislation to NABI and the council. So that way you're aware of what's in your legislation. There was a lot of background noise. I don't know if everybody heard me.
It sounds like somebody's driving. If they can mute your phone. Go ahead. Go ahead, Peggy.
Okay. Did I believe I did see a amended budget. The budget forms. Okay, the prosecutor's office is ready to present their information, and I will forward their budget forms to you, the email that they sent me just now. Okay, and so, Sheriff, you want to look at that?
Yes, we can do that to fill in the void for 1 hour here, discuss the two budgets. I appreciate Cadlon for bringing that up.
Okay, so I just sent it forward. The program, Jennifer, if you could start, you could start presenting.
Hey, good morning, Shinantai. This is Jennifer Henry, the acting chief prosecutor. So I apologize for the delay yesterday. We did not receive the information about the adjustments from the Washington office information until late yesterday morning. So we have forwarded both to OMB last night and just to Peggy now an adjusted budget. And there are two things. You have two sets of forms before you. The first is a modified budget for business unit 104005. So with the adjustments from the Washington office, that was a total increase for our office of $172,379. What we did with that, and you'll see on page 3 of 13, it's budget form 3, we increased to the best of our ability all of the we added hours to all of our personnel that we had previously decreased from 2,088 hours. So in total, we were able to add hours to 5 positions. The first position we looked at, we were interested, we believe we can hire a white collar crime investigator pretty quickly. I had not advertised that, not knowing it had been decreased to only 1 quarter. We were able to bump that up to 2,060 hours. What I think that'll allow us to do is advertise immediately and get someone in the first couple pay periods of the fiscal year. We also were increased 4 prosecutor positions that we had previously decreased those hours, and we increased those up to 1,856 for all but one of them. One of them in Shiprock, we increased to 1936 because we just extended an offer to that position. Not true. We just extended an offer to do a background check yesterday to someone. So that's what we did with the $172,000. Our other operating costs did not change. We did increase our, let me find it. We increased our special transactions to reflect the change. I'm sorry. To the increase in insurance premiums, the workers' comp, for those increases, and subsequently we decreased our media budget, which is what we use to pay for when we need to publish notice in cases, which is actually increased in how much we have to spend on that, but we decreased that, so there's no overall difference in our operating costs. So I wanted to say thank you for that, because I was not at the meeting when that change occurred. So that's been done and before you. And we did also run the budget form 3 through for DPM approval last night and got that. I just wanted to let the committee know, as we all know, we're not sure what Nabi Kiatia or council will do with this. They may revert or reverse this adjustment. So we now have sort of two sets of proposed budgets, if you will, not knowing how this will move forward. It especially affected our unmet needs budget. On Tuesday of this week, you did approve an unmet needs budget for the prosecutor of $714,000. We have also prepared and submitted for the committee's review this morning a decreased unmet needs budget by increasing the underlying budget. Of course, that does decrease our unmet needs. So I know you're proceeding to unmet needs next on your agenda today, so I just wanted to make it clear that I am aware you now have two in front of you. I'm not sure how it'll be handled with Nabi Kiatia and council. It just depends on how these adjustments are handled. But that is what we did with the adjustment in our budget, Chair and committee members.
And so we can get the state.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to remind really everybody on the call, at any time, the budget can be changed. At any time, there's a budget modification. So if there's a fear of not modifying the budget because what Nabi or council may do, I think that should be every program. That is actually where you should ground yourselves. These budgets, as proposed, is exactly that, proposed. And so it's the authority of the council to make amendments and make budget modifications. And actually at council, it's my understanding that we could possibly even move branch money. What I just need to know is the unmet need, and my job is to find funding for that unmet need. Yesterday, we got a report on millions of dollars that is being allocated for vacancies. That's another big concern. What I just need to know is, do we have the budget for the modification as approved by this committee so that we can move forward? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty.
Hold on.
Do have...
Henry.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Henry, hold on. Ms. Henry, can you hold on for a little bit? Committee members, are there any other questions or comments? Committee members, any questions or comments? Okay, tonight I'll defer back to Ms. Henry. Go ahead, Ms. Henry.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. You do have the modified budget as requested yesterday, and you also have a second decreased unmet needs. So yes, the answer is yes.
Addition with that, any other questions, committee members?
Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shananda. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Briefly, I apologize, Ms. Nakai. And I just need to be clear in looking at these documents. Do we have the budget forms from the Washington office?
That was my next question.
I'll leave that to you to ask. Thank you, Chair.
OMB, I don't know if Mr. Biel is still on the line. Committee members, that was my next question. Was that for me personally, I don't think we'll see that budget from the Washington office. As far as who's this? Good morning. This is Christopher Bahi with the President's Office. Oh, Christopher Bahi. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Bahi. Just a question about the action that took place with the Budget and Finance Committee and the Prosecutor's Office. They already have their budget in order. They're presenting that to us. And the question is, what about the Washington offices and their budget regarding the positions that were transferred over to the Prosecutor's Office? So if you would, Mr. Bahi, give us some information.
Thanks for that, Chair, and thanks for bringing it up, Delegate Carty. I know there was a little confusion yesterday, but we did get it by the end of the by 5 o'clock here at our office. However, the wrong positions were removed from the budget. So the executive director went back and she removed the correct positions. They're just waiting on the corrected budget form 3 from Department of Personnel Management, and we have the budget forms 1, 2, and 4 at our office this morning. We can see we're working on the signatures, but we're just waiting on the revised budget form 3 from Department of Personnel Management. I can send over what we have now, and then we can get the corrected the personnel budget form 3 to you guys later, if that'll help. But we do have the corrected budget forms.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Bahi for that update. Yes, if you would send a draft copy to Peggy, and then also I guess OMB would need the original or the official copy. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Lewis did send in the copy when she emailed us. She also received Emmett from OMB in it yesterday. So it's just that didn't have the signature from Chief of Staff. So we'll get those sent over. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Bahi. Delegate Carty, hope that there's our answer right there. It's coming through.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henry. I appreciate that. And so I will expect the lobbying efforts to what Ms. Henry mentioned, the move to try to change this budget modification. But I stand on it, and I want to thank the committee for supporting the Office of the Prosecutor, because it's not about one person, but it's about justice for our people. Thank you, Chair.
Shane, thank you for that. So I believe we have that all wrapped up. If there's no other questions from our committee.
Chair Henry?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Hey, Rick.
My question is...
You're needed back at the office. I'll call you back in a few minutes. Okay.
They're not talking to me.
You need to go back to the office right away if you could meet your phone. Somebody might say, hey, get in the car with that. So you better meet your phone. So go ahead, Vice Chair Smith.
My question is, tira ba date energy ko positions on the peso budget dot the budget changes na kdita akonda later that's what Australia President Eva Bosni ko line item bito about ado yanda dot dato na che ni dat egi the bisiat egi na cha dot so ko do peso na national do the question I the kidigi is that going to interfere with the 10 days to ensure that we get the budget done? Joe, President, no. Skito band still FY 2021 skito on the dot ish just what's lago not line I beat on HA la base of some miliki kiso. And that is that going to be a problem? I shouldn't die.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you for that. That was also my next question to our legislative principal attorney. 就马上呢，先首先到期的都是第一but the question would be is this an overstrike? But to actually divert money back to its original location, in this case back to the DC office, that's the question. Does the line item veto have that authority to legislate or change legislation? Ms. Kristen Lowell, are you following our conversation?
Sir, I believe I am. If I'm understanding the question, it's can the president line item veto the change in budget made by the Delegate and Finance Committee from the Washington office and to go from Washington to prosecutor's office. And the president has the authority to line item veto. So the president could line item veto the prosecutor budget receiving the additional funds. The president does not have the ability to line item change. So the veto authority would not include the ability to be able to take it out of the prosecutor's office and put it back into the Washington office. It would just allow the president the authority to strike the money, additional money sent or given to the DOJ Office of the Prosecutor, Chair.
Okay. Well, we're on this subject here. Just kind of thinking as far as hypothetically, you could say 172,000 is added to the prosecutor's office. If you were to line item veto to strike over that, does that free up money for other uses, or what happens to that money that's stricken over? Kristen?
Fair. So money that is line item vetoed by the president has in the past gone into unallocated status. I don't know if there's been a change in procedure at the office of the controller, but what's happened in the past is that it's in an unallocated status. So it's not quite in the UFB. It just is in a separate, if you will, pot of money that is considered unallocated. Sure.
And who has access to that unallocated money?
The council delegates have the ability to request legislation that's been done in the past from that unallocated amount of funds, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Kristen. Back to Vice Chair Smith. Here, this committee members, any other further questions or comments?
Oh, yeah, this is Delegate Yellen, who's good morning again. Also, my colleague, members of the Budget Finance Committee. We'll do something about it. Let's have some experience on 2021. Let's take care of business, move on. Yeah, that's but not any.
Thank you for me moving us forward on this item. Hold on, Peggy. Mr. Henry, thank you for being very, very prompt on your on this budget here, and it's really good to see that everything is put before us in a timely manner. Peggy?
Okay, Chair, for the record then, You're accepting the budget that is 13 pages long. The other one is an unmet need budget, which is consisting of 8 pages. So just for clarification for the record. Is that right?
Well, there hasn't been an official motion or anything like that yet, so we're still in the discussion stage of this because we haven't seen the other part. We haven't seen the Washington office budget yet. Until we have both of them, then that way we can take action on acceptance.
Oh, because I thought that the motion and second had already, and the vote had already taken place when Delegate Crotty made the motion to make these changes. Okay, we can wait for the other one then.
So that way we can move them forward as part of the legislation.
So then when the veterans budget comes along, Chair, when the veterans budget amendment comes along, then you'll have another vote on that one too? Because they had a question and the program hadn't prepared the budget as of this morning.
Have you received that budget?
Not from the Veterans Office yet.
Okay. Katrina, on this subject here, let's wait on the Washington office's budget. Then we'll take and move it forward both at the same time. As far as the veterans is concerned, I believe hopefully they have that ready for us for the committee's discussion here. Let us know when you receive it.
Chair, I also have an update on this, if you'd like.
Mr. Bahi, yes, if you would provide us some information on that.
Okay, we did CC your legislative advisor, Peggy, in the latest email this morning. We are working with Mr. Zorlan to get those revised budget forms sent over. However, we're working with OMB to make sure all the recommendations are noted. So we're working with Mr. Francis from OMB, and he was going to send a copy over of all the recommendations that a Budget and Finance Committee had yesterday. And that's all Mr. Zorlan's waiting on in terms to follow what the recommendations were and provide that budget. That way there's no confusion and no numbers missed. So we're awaiting that, and once we get that, Mr. Zorlan and his team will get the budget to our office for approval. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Bahi, for that update. Do we have anything else? We have another 30 minutes before OMB comes back with the task that they're working on. Committee members, any other questions or comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shanada. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday, before we recessed or adjourned, we were discussing, so we talked about the general wage adjustment. Are we going to go back to the personal lapse, or so OMB is working on the carryover. Is the personal lapse, need some guidance. Thank you, Chair.
Well, what we before we get to the personal lapse, I believe that we need to just see what the carryover amounts are that's being requested. At the same time, we also need to look at what the unmet need from each program looks like too, because and that still hasn't been, those two listings haven't been provided to Budget and Finance. At least I haven't seen anything. And so without that, we really can't determine on personal lapse. We do have the figures for the personal lapse, but again, as Dominic had stated, there are programs wishing to carry over their personnel budgets as a carryover. But as Mr. Willie had stated in his email yesterday, those have already been captured. But if then Kristen earlier has stated that, I believe it was her, or maybe Dominic, it might have been Dominic, but what they're sort of saying is that it's up to the committee if we wish to allow personnel savings to be carried over. And if not, then the figure of the personnel lapse fund would be where it's at. But if we do take action to carry over personnel lapse savings from each program, that then the figures that were given to us from the controller's office regarding that $13+ million would be would have to be refigured out. I mean, so they would have to be recalculated. So that's why we need to get the two before the committee before we can get to the personnel lapse savings for deliberation. If hopefully I answered your questions, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chairman, for that overview. And I appreciate that. So if we're waiting, I could see where we would need to wait to get that those numbers. I did have a question, Chair. I don't know if you have page 7. On line 13, it just says Navajo Nation Wave CF 0711. If I could just ask staff to send that out to the committee members, our dibs. It doesn't. I don't think it goes back as far as 11. And I don't know if then I'm just trying to read this, or maybe if Ms. Lowe can clarify what this language. So I'm going back to paragraph C. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that, Ms. Lowe, if you can help us out here.
Chair, this is Kristen. Are we on? I know I have a section, page 7, paragraph Q, waiving CF 0711. Is that the paragraph we're talking about, or oh no, C, where I know where I am. Bear with me 1 second, please. I am at. Yes. Okay. I have that resolution and I can send it out. I'm sorry I didn't catch the question that Delegate Crotty asked. I apologize for that. If someone could repeat that for me, Chair.
Okay. Back to Delegate Crotty, if you would, for clarify for Ms. Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I think once we receive that resolution, my question may be answered because it is in connection. So the language is and to allow for the distribution of funds in accordance with paragraph C. But I see paragraph C is what we're going to be working on next. So I just wanted to see that resolution, and I'm not sure. So that's a resolution. And then if I could request the personal lapse fund that are subject to the personal lapse fund moratorium. I think that's another document I would just need for my records. Thank you, Chair. Or if you know that there was an email, or I could check somewhere to get that document too. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Back to Ms. Kristen Lowe.
Chair, I have the document. I just have to track it down. I have it in a hard copy, and I just have to find an electronic copy or scan the hard copy to get it to the committee. But I'll probably do that within like 5 to 10 minutes. Sure.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie. I just sent that resolution to all of you.
Thank you.
Okay, the email has arrived. If you take a look at it, committee members.
And Chairman Henyo, while we're reviewing this, I did have a question, because I believe it should be in this legislation. Do we know how much of this fiscal year 21 first quarter could be Navajo Cares eligible? Thank you.
Mr. Bial, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you get the question from Delegate Amber Crotty?
No, I didn't catch it.
Okay.
Thank you.
On this budget here that we're looking at, how much of it is CARES eligible in the first quarter? If you do have that figure, Mr. Biel.
No, I don't have that. In the Friday morning reports that you've been hearing over the last couple of months, and I know you stopped that a couple of weeks or so ago. I think that work was being compiled by the Controller's Office. OMB doesn't have it.
Okay. Mr. Willie?
Mr. Chair, I have to have a few moments to look for the last version of that. If you please. Thank you.
Gashina was that Delegate Crotty. The Controller's Office would have to do a little research on that for you, on your question.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's critical, and if we could, once that's set, if we could have a conversation with the committee, if we wanted to put a paragraph in this comprehensive budget, or what would be the recommendation from our legislative council or advisor. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I believe it's just off the top of my head on your question, Shanada, Delegate Crotty, that the essential employees that were identified, all of their pay in the first quarter could be CARES eligible, thereby saving the program some money. I'm just speaking out loud here, but Ms. Kristen Lowe.
Chair, members of the committee, we certainly could put in a paragraph, but I would need some assistance from the Office of the Controller for how to effectuate that, because the way the budget resolution and the budget forms are set up, and I'm willing to be corrected if somebody has a different interpretation, but these are all coming from general funds. So if the objective is to have the money come from what was sent from the CARES fund from the federal government, I think that would need some revision to budget forms. I would really need to get some input from DOJ, OOC, and OMB on that, Chair.
Hello? Is anybody there?
We're here.
Okay, I got kicked off the call here and just call back in.
Did you need me to repeat what I said, Chair?
Yes, if you would, Kristen. I was listening to you, and halfway through I lost contact.
Sure. I was saying that we could put in a paragraph explaining that payroll from the first quarter would be an appropriate expenditure from the CARES Act funds, but the way the way the budget forms read, and I'm certainly willing for OMB, OOC, or DOJ to correct me on this, but I think we would need to update the budget forms to indicate that they were coming from the CARES fund rather than the general fund. But I would need input from OOC, OMB, and DOJ on that. I don't think just putting in a paragraph in the legislation would effectuate that change, Chair.
Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Good evening, Delegate Yellowhair.
ويا بنا pressure call with the reference for the chair first quarter and then some the chair first quarter expenditure sheet and that's March, April, May. There's no spend. Maybe there's a little bit in May. That's my my comments on that one, Chair. Could you tell us that? Yeah, thank you. Go back on mute now.
Delegate Yellowhair for that comment. Okay, back to the committee. Any other questions or comments while we wait for the Controller's Office to put together some figures that they were talking about?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty with another question.
Go ahead, Shanada. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. Throughout the discussion, I've asked or tried to be consistent in asking about the COVID response. I don't know if the committee here or if we want maybe if it's a council, it's a statement. I really think in this budget, there should be some language acknowledging COVID and its impact on the community and our people, and how this budget strives to address that is a suggestion. And then other areas, just as I just want to see if the committee members want to talk about it, is what directive or what conditions of appropriations we can make so that there's like a water plan for Navajo Nation. There's a power or solar plan for Navajo Nation. There's a broadband plan and communications, and there's a public safety plan. I just need to know the thoughts of the committee if that's something that we can discuss here. I've heard all of the committee members mention it in their concerns, and I feel like it's the budget that can ground those concerns and identify programs to keep them accountable to deliver. I just, if there's no other maybe like logistics concern, I just wanted to see if we could have that conversation while we wait for OMB and OOC. Thank you, Chair. If you're on mute, I can't hear you, Chair, but one more, well, I think we could also tie in is like the Navajo Cares for that to be completely expended by December 30th. I think these are major areas that at least as Budget and Finance Committee, we can create conditions of appropriations and accountability. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Sorry, committee members. I was listening in, but at the same time, my dad was talking to me. He looking at cutting coyotes. They're running around the house. So sorry about that. But committee members, there's a question from our delegate Amber Crotty regarding this legislation that we will be moving forward. And what are your thoughts on implementing CARES Act language and COVID relief language into this legislation? Any comments or questions?
Oh, tonight, this is Delegate Yell here.
Go ahead, Senator. Delegate Yell here.
Okay, just I'm in the Shin Sabiga, and they're just over on the data because it's across the nation, United States, and the whole world has issues with COVID-19. So it's not something new with us now. It's continued. I don't know how long that we're going to have an issue with the COVID-19. It's over behind land, she don't have land over behind land. Over when the delivery, that's my comment, Chair. Turn back to you. Go back on mute now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Doug Gill here.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie.
Okay, Mr. Willie.
I found the information, sir.
If you would, hold on, just one. Wait, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. If you recall, the payroll support program that was implemented via, I believe it was 47-20. The president line item vetoed a portion of that. He only made it allowable up to June. So the total amount this includes the 638 would be $42,132,760. But the general fund portion of that is $24,840,320. As you recall, there was a presentation to various committees, and there was a PowerPoint that was sent out on this presentation. So if Delegate Crotty would like a copy of that, again, I can re-forward that back to her, but that was the number that was given when the legislation was going through the process. Thank you.
Mr. Willie, Robert, if you would send that to Peggy, and then she would just send me to all the committee members.
Okay, I'll do that, sir.
Okay, Shane, thank you. Back to the question posed by Delegate Amber Crotty regarding the language, any language. I'm thinking maybe where we can put this is in the directive portions of the legislation at the end. I see there's a section on directives, directive to the controller's office regarding the distribution of funds within the first quarter, and also to the CPMD, or the money that has been allocated to the different programs within the Navajo Nation to mitigate the COVID-19. That has already been approved by council and signed by President. Like telecommunications, I believe there's the health command centers, and we could the committee could issue those directives to be to get those funds expended and to move forward with services to the Navajo Nation public. That's my input on the committee members. Any others? Kristen, do you have any suggestions?
Chair, this is Kristen. I'm wondering about, because those funds are set up through individual expenditure plans, I'm kind of rethinking my original answer. If maybe this would not be the place for putting directives regarding the expenditure of the CARES funds. I have to say I'm just not sure on this particular issue. Sure.
Chair, this is Chief Legislative Counsel. Can I toss in my 2 cents on this?
Sure, Dana. Sure. You're welcome to do that.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I haven't heard all of the discussion, but in my view, you could put in as far as legislative concerns or conditions of appropriations related to the expenditures of the CARES funds that have already been allocated, approved by legislation. One of the things that you're going to be challenged with is that the legislative concerns, conditions of appropriations, directives, whichever you want to place them, need to be related to dollars that have already been appropriated or allocated, approved by legislation. And one of the main reasons I'm pointing that out is because you've got 3 different legislations pending in front of council, are in the process right now, and all of those legislations, if they pass, there will be no more CARES dollars that are unappropriated unless there's some recapture or reversion. So if you're putting a directive in here to use or CARES funds, they have to be related to what's already been appropriated. I hope that makes sense. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, thank you for the input, Dana. And with that, we will actually give suggestions on the COAs and legislative concerns too. So with this, back to the committee. Any other comments or questions related to this topic that we're discussing? Sure. Senator, y'all get Nathaniel Brown. Sure. Just Senator, y'all get Elmer Begay. I'm sorry, Elmer Begay.
Yeah, this is Dr. Begay. CARES Act in energy. I know that. I think my question would be, so who's the person that can be that can be looking at or monitoring the funds? Is it can be controllers out there? I think you see did you know that is there anybody that can be? I know that the top people that we're looking at is OMB and OC, and then also the one that we're looking at is DOJ, and then our own Chief Legislative Counsel. Are they did they discuss that between each other about who's going to be overseeing that? See if these projects are in line with the way the CARES Act should be using the funds, expending the funds. area of Bansa's case, the monitor is in the list. I thought it would be today if that's getting somebody will be already designated from that area. That's my question, Chair. That's it.
In fact, on that question, maybe Kristen, if you would help us on that response.
I don't know what the question is, Chair. I'm sorry.
The question is that with the CARES Act, the funding, and as far as Navajo Nation, and when money is distributed, who is the person that is designated that gatekeeper when it comes to distribution of money? Is it OMB, is it OOC, or DOJ? And then at the same time, when the money is allocated for projects, who is the monitor to make sure that these projects have been completed and within that time frame that CARES Act has designated? I believe that was the question, Ms. Lowell.
Chair, in that particular case, I think if it's not in the expenditure plan resolution, then it may be in the original CARES legislation. That's all the information I have on that, Chair.
Chair, if I might, this is Chief Legislative Counsel.
Go ahead, Dana.
So, thank you. So each of the expenditure plans states very specifically in that plan who is responsible for implementing and monitoring that particular allocation of CARES funding. So, and that varies with each of the expenditure plans. So they would be the ones who were responsible for implementing and ensuring the projects were completed. Now, as far as the in the first instance, who is responsible for distributing the funds, that process is goes through OMB and the controller, and I think by default we've the controller, actually it's more than by default, it's mentioned in a couple of different legislations. The controller's office is the one who is primarily responsible for determining whether a expenditure complies with the CARES Act. If the expenditure does not comply with the CARES Act, the controller has varying authorities to hold those funds back. I hope that's helpful. Putting together a COA for each expenditure plan may be somewhat of a challenge. I think that I can work with Ms. Lowell to put something together that could be added at NABI. I don't think I'll be able to get it done today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response, Dana. We appreciate it. Any other questions or comments, committee members? But back to Delegate Elmer McGay.
Yeah, I think that will be a good idea during at the NABI committee meeting to we get see some written report from there regarding how these the evaluation or the monitoring part of it should be put to give us that report on it.
Commissioner, with that, we'll, I guess, Delegate Alvin Begay, wait for Ms. Barba at Navigator, so I'll just say, if you wish to make that amendment, maybe in the later. Any other questions, comments, committee members?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
No, go ahead, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, thank you. Before we move on, just I did get a copy of Mr. Willie's report, but if it's I just need clarification because I wrote down it's up to June 2020. So I need a good estimate on what's CARES eligible from July 2020 to December 30th, 2020. That's my request. And is it just payroll that's eligible? Or are there other items that could be eligible? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so that back to Mr. Willie. Are you still on the line?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Willie.
Mr. Chair? So the payroll support would be one, and then the other one would be the special duty recoupment. Going forward, I'd have to get those numbers starting from July. I know that the presentation that was done at the committee level had an estimate, and I'm trying to find the one that was attached to the legislation. That's the version I'm trying to locate because that was the most recent one when it was going through the process. So they took down the exhibits on the final approved one. So I'm trying to find a version right before that to send out to the committee. But that would have the numbers going forward. Actual numbers, I believe that we'd have to calculate those going forward and estimating those because those numbers that were attached to that legislation were at the time when we were going through that process. And I know it's ongoing. So that estimate, I believe, would still be we'd still be working on it. I just don't have it available at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Willie. Any other comments, questions, committee members? Okay, I am not hearing any. Mr. Bial.
Okay.
Mr. Bial? Dominic Bial?
Yes.
Are you done with your ask at Ed on the police staff?
The unmet needs report was sent yesterday afternoon, and I believe it was sent again this morning because it sounded like some of you didn't receive it. Now, the second part, the carryovers report, it was just sent to Peggy about 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bial. Peggy, have you received any emails from Mr. Bial?
Chair, I'm still waiting for those documents. I haven't received any emails.
Okay. While we're waiting, maybe is there any other questions or comments from committee members?
Mr. Chair, this is Dominic Dial.
Go ahead, Dominic.
The staff tell me that the unmet needs report was again sent to Ms. Nakai and Ms. Lowell at a little bit after 10 o'clock. And then the carryovers list was sent to Ms. Nakai at 11:05. Mr. Chair.
Chair, this is Kristen. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Chair, I'm not seeing a document from anybody at OMB this morning. I'm going through my emails this morning. The last email I got was from Mr. Bial last night. So I don't have the document that he is referring to, unfortunately. There.
Chair, I just barely got the report on the carryover listing from OMB just now, and I just sent it out. It's the time that it was sent is 11:05. That's the carryover report.
Which is what I said.
Previously, I had been sent the unmet needs listing. However, I asked the question if this was the final list, and then they told me to wait. So I've been waiting to see if that's the final listing.
Okay. It sounds like somebody's driving. If you can mute your phone, we can hear the road noise in the back. Okay, committee members, I just received the 2021 carryover listing dated today. Hopefully everybody has received theirs too.
Committee, I just sent you the unmet need, the revised FY21 from OMB.
Okay, committee members, let's, are we all on the same page on the carryover listing? And let's go over the carryovers page by page, committee members, while we wait for the other part, which is unmet needs. So if we're looking at resolution Navigatia 3720 AD, there is proposed carryover in the fiscal year 2021 budget, but there's no actual amount to actually look at work with. It just says $20 or remaining balance, $20 or remaining balance, $100 or remaining balance. So committee members, any questions on the Navigatia resolution? Peggy, if you could refresh our memory. I remember we did take a motion and a second. We took action on Speaker Damon's request. Is this what we took action on?
Let me look at my notes, Chair. Hold on a second.
Yes, I believe it was Tuesday or Wednesday morning. We took action.
I wonder why. Oh.
Chair, in my notes, the speaker did mention that there was a carryover request for legislative programs and that it was listed in their resolution. And that was the end of that discussion. After that, there was an action that was taken regarding the Speaker's office developing policies and procedures for the office of the Speaker, and that was done by a motion, second, and a vote. Then the other one was a legislative concern on a plan of action to address the backlog and future engrossment of council and NABI. And that had an action and a vote. And then previously there was an update on the plan of operation by the end of the second quarter, but that was recalled or retracted. And then the final one was carryover. Yeah, at the very end, there was a motion to accept the carryover request for legislative branch. That was done by Amber Crotty holding the main motion, and then the second was by Nathaniel Brown with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. EPB not voting, but everybody else voted 4 in favor. Carryover for legislative branch. You're right, Chair.
Okay, so I guess we'll just move forward to the LOC. Along with the committee,
resolutions there, and the first one on the Law and Order Committee resolution, AU 08-20 is the OPVP Office of the Public Defender, which is $100 or remaining balance for CAH. Then on the next one is the AU 02-20, which is Department of Justice Office of Prosecutor, which is $92,000 or remaining balance to alleviate 21 shortfalls to be able to make purchases. Not
email from Elsie Julian.
Can you mute your phone? Somebody's talking about Elsie Julian there.
Deduction from OOP for or lost or misplaced receipts.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Whoever misplaced their receipts, can you put your phone on mute? I think it's Mr. Bial or Mr. Willie, somebody from OOP or OMB. Okay.
This is Dominic. This is Dominic here.
It's not yours? I believe it's somebody from OOP that they're talking about receipts and everything, reconciling their P cards or whatever.
Oh darn! I don't want that to go out.
Exactly.
Mr. Chair, let me bring up something, and I guess this would be the appropriate time to do so. Hopefully, Mr. Willie's on the line. If you look at the first group there, which is all from legislative, the way the wording is, for example, BNF committee, the first one, the amount that's mentioned is $20,000. But then there's also the words or remaining balance. That's being read differently depending on the understanding of the reader. So one view is the limit of the carryover is 20,000. And the words or remaining balance would be if the balance is less than 20,000, whatever that balance is. Let's say it's 15,000, then that's what would apply. Now, that was the intent, as I understand it, going back a number of years when we first started doing this. But staff is telling me that the way the controller has been doing the carryover balances, they've apparently been using the words remaining balance. And many times it exceeds the amount that's listed. So they end up getting more than the amount that's listed. So maybe now is a good time to clarify that. I don't know if you all understood what I'm bringing up.
Hey, Mr. Bial. So, sorry, I thought it said $20 was 20,000. So what you're suggesting is that this kind of leaves it open for any amount after 20,000. So what are you suggesting, that we narrow it down to the actual amount?
That would be one way to do it. For example, the first one again, BNF committee, it has 20,000 or remaining lesser balance. maybe that would help. Or the other way of reading it, like I'm saying, it sounds like the way the controller's office has been doing it. They just go with the remaining balance regardless of what the amount is. And many times it's more. That's why I mentioned, hopefully Mr. Willie's on the line.
I'm here if I have any questions to answer. Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair? This is Peggy.
Mr. Willie.
Okay, thank you, sir. When we get the final numbers, we actually look at the language. I know there's some times when it only identifies a level of detail 6 line item, and that's kind of the way the system works. So all the lines roll up into that one line. So we capture everything that's within that set. I know that OMB has different interpretations at times too, so we try to collaborate and work on those numbers. Sometimes it's not clear on the carryover amount or the intent of the carryover. So that's kind of what Mr. Bial is speaking to, Mr. Chair.
Chairman Henio, I have a question. Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the discussion. It's helping me clear some of the pending questions I have. I did want to ask OMB on your budget forms. So carryover is considered general funds. I still feel that we should know as a committee in the oversight how that funding is redistributed, and I think it complements and what I heard from Mr. Bial, what programs believe it's either the number or whatever is remaining. We should have clear numbers. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. Peggy, did you have a question too?
Yeah, the other, Chair, thank you. The other way that you could look at it is for the standing committees that are on the, that are mentioned in this, with the NABI 3720, I think it's setting a cap for some of those standing committees so that, say for instance, RDC and health education, they all receive a higher, and they would probably have a higher balance remaining because of the pandemic and such. And so I think maybe the carryovers, they're capping those amounts. For budget and finance, it would be less than 20,000 that we would have as a remaining balance, for instance. Because our budget is smaller than the other standing committees.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
With that, back to Mr. Willie. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Peggy brings up a good point. So at the time when there's a request for a carryover, most programs seem to take the balance at that time. So say Controller's Office asks for a carryover and we request it today. So the balance in that account is say 10,000. But by the end of September and during the closeout, we expend during that time, that balance of 10,000 may go down to 1,000, and that's all that's remaining in that one particular line item. So the number from the time it gets passed to the time we actually close out actually changes, and then we take that language that's sitting on the resolution. If it says the remaining balance or an amount, we will look at the amount, but if there's not that much in there, we'll only carry over the remaining balance, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Any response to that, Mr. Bial or Mr. Willie, to Delegate Carty's question?
This is Dominic Bial from OMB. I think we did say before that we do have a record of the carryovers that were authorized, for example, in fiscal year 20. And we can provide a listing, therefore, of the amounts that were finally carried over, and maybe a short description of where it was put, the object codes and purposes, etc. So we can do that much. But I have a question for Rob, if you let me, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bial, go ahead with your question to Mr. Willie.
Okay. Rob, I heard you say that the words "or remaining balance" would be, for example, in the case of, you were saying the controller. Let's say you were asking for $100,000 or the remaining balance. So should the final balance be less than 100,000, then the remaining balance would be 90,000, let's say, just for example. What about if it goes the other way, that the remaining balance is 110,000? Do you limit it to the 100,000? That's the question.
That's a very interesting question. I'm not sure I've ever ran into that issue. I would assume I would have to cap it. I'm looking at the carryovers that are presented in Exhibit H right now, the one I got yesterday, and it does most of the amounts. Actually, it looks like almost all the amounts say an amount or the remaining balance. So in that situation, we take everything after personnel. So that would start from line item 3,000 all the way to the 9,000 series and calculate all those numbers. And we would calculate that. So in the instance of Navajo Environmental Protection Agency 511002, it says 200,000 or remaining balance. I'm assuming that it's less than the 200,000 that's sitting in the account. But Mr. Bial brings up an interesting point that what if it is more? We haven't run into that situation as far as I can recall, but I guess that would have to be resolved too. So if we could cap it, that'd be really good. Say in this instance, it would have to stay at 200,000, and then state that it can't go over that amount in some way, if we could, Mr. Chair and Mr. Bial. Thank you.
Chair, this is Kristen, if I may.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Chair, there's probably an easy way we can fix this. So, and it depends on what the intention of the committee is. You could approach it two ways. For example, on the carryover document, and I just forwarded this to Mr. Willie, but the document that OMB prepared and sent to us today reads, first line, 20,000 or remaining balance. You could do a comma and then say whichever is lower. If you wanted to cap it at 20,000, you could say 20,000 or whichever, or excuse me, 20,000 or remaining balance, comma, or whichever is higher if you wanted the program to be able to take advantage of the benefit of potentially having a higher amount. So I think there's an easy way we can write the intent in. It now is just a matter of the committee to decide what the actual intent with the carryover is, Chair.
Hey, committee members, any questions or comments on what we are discussing here?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shananda, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go on the more approach. I think we should have a number as the carryover. I understand that it's a moving target. I would just say a specific number and under. Like I think we should just stay in that realm. I do know that there's a delegate sponsoring legislation to modify the carryovers or the ability to carry over. So I just want to, my goal is to know where every Navajo dollar is at. And I don't want to be compliant to a system that where there's gray money or slush fund money or money out there that only a few people know exists and what it's being used for. So I just would like a little bit of transparency. If there's a specific request, according to this document, I'd like to just stick with that number. Thank you, Chair. But that's my opinion. Thank you.
Kushina, are there any other comments, committee members?
Chair.
Chair, can you hear me? Go ahead.
Okay, Chair. I believe that what my sister Crowdy mentioned is very important. I think we should know every dollar that's out there, and I think we're being responsible and accountable for these monies, and make sure they're specifically used for that purpose too, where these monies are being put there for. Make sure it's use it for those purposes. And then one thing that I think as my personal goal, that I think that we should do somewhere every year, these budgets are being made, budget hearings are being made, and we listen to programs. They're giving these dollars every year. You know, they don't have to request for it. They don't have to go advocate for them, going around. It's already there. We all know that even ourselves is like that. Even all the leaders, it don't matter if you're a president or chief justice. The money's already there. It's guaranteed that it's there. So we don't. The open date is we just budget out. So it's so easy now. But the important thing to do is make sure how those monies are being delivered, the goods and services are reached to the people that are in need. But then they could hook on the remote areas on the sound and they're going away now to the sound, but the unemployment rate is really, really, really high. I call even to make sure that money are being reached to them. Make sure that they're being. How do we know that these monies are these? Every year, money banda the August is the benda nel basement cut that washing. So I want to the case make sure it's like that. Okay, the other has another window rock. Quite the you in that national every year based upon dateness. and either like the task kitchen and although we were raised at it's one they can go home that or and so that about this case to make sure these monies are being directed and delivered to these people communities Sunday. So that will be another thing that I will say that I think we'll be working on somehow. Here.
Gashina, with that, committee members, any other questions or comments regarding the carryovers?
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie, if I may, one more time.
Go ahead, Mr. Willie.
Thank you, sir. It was brought up to me that actually in the BIM on page 9, point number 4, the GWA, if a program gets personnel savings, so like DNR, they're asking for their personnel, they wouldn't be able to receive the GWA from the personal lapse in the following year. If you look at that section in the BIM, this was brought to my attention by DPM. So, and it was also emailed to Mr. Bial too. So, if you need to see that citation, I can scan it and send it to everyone. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If you would send it to Peggy, then she'll send it to everybody.
Okay, sir. I'll do that.
Mr. Chair, the DNR is on page 3. We're still on page 1.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, we all the discussions regarding the carryovers, and we're still going on the list on page 1 as far as looking at it line by line. Dominic, if you would take us through page 1 and so forth, I'd appreciate it if you would, Mr. Bial.
Actually, I had a question. Penyo, Delegate Penyo.
Go ahead, Shinanda.
Thank you. Can I get sent the fiscal year 20 carryovers? I just need to know how many times a program is asking for carryover in the same budget unit, and then how many times we approve funding that they're not using. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That is a good request. This request will be to OMB. If you would give that information for us, that way we'll have an understanding of which offices are continually doing this year to year. Mr. Bial?
Okay. Mr. Chair, committee members, one of our budget analysts, Darlene Sam, had that particular listing and she just sent it, so we'll forward it to Peggy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So if you would take us to page 1, Mr. Bial. We already took care of the Navigator resolution by action, so if you would start with the Law and Order Committee.
All right. Chair Henio, members of the BNF committee, and everybody listening in. Continuing with the carryover listing, the next 2 recommendations are from the Law and Order Committee. The resolution numbers are mentioned, the business units, and the divisions and the program titles and so forth. So the first one is Public Defender, 100,000 or the remaining balance, and then the next one is 92,000 or the remaining balance. So those were the recommendations and the wording that was used by the Oversight Committee, Law and Order Committee. So that's that group there. And you want me to continue on?
If somebody, can you mute your phone? I can hear you driving down the road. Okay, thank you. Any questions on the first page, committee members, Law and Order Committee?
Chair, I have a question on the first page.
Okay, go ahead, Shananta. I'll get Amber Crotty.
Thank you. I know that you're still in Law and Order. I guess my question would be, my concern with that remaining balance. When could we actually get a number, Mr. Bial, or is 100,000 the best number we can get right now? Thank you.
Mr. Bial.
Let me defer to Mr. Willie because it depends on the final year-end closeout, which his office does.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. The transactions are still currently being processed. So we go well into October. The final closeout is October 23rd this year. So then once that's completed, we finalize and all the numbers are calculated in November. So we're shooting for the 20th to release the numbers to Office of Management and Budget, and then they can finalize those numbers and send those carryovers out. So if the program is still spending, the balance may change, and that happens typically every year, Mr. Chair, Delegate Crotty, and Mr. Bial.
Okay, along with that question, Mr. Willie, reading the Department of General Services, it says all operating. So when they say all operating, does that include personnel costs too?
No.
Mr. Chair, no, we take everything after personnel because the personnel takes precedence for the personal lapse.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, any other questions, committee members?
Chairman Henio, I'd like to just, if I could request a number. I know that sounds outrageous. I would just like a number, or do we just, or do we strike or remaining balance? Like up to 100,000 as suggested?
That is up to a committee, and that's along my train of thought also too, Shananta, Delegate Crotty. I'll leave this up to you.
Chair, if I could just make that initial request that this language be up to 100,000, because this is coming from the program, and our hopes is, I think the hope we all have is that carryovers are reduced. I'm not sure if there's ever been an analysis of how much time it takes, energy to do these carryovers. Maybe OMB and OOC can give us a little insight on if what does that mean when we do these carryovers. And my concern is when we do these carryovers, the budget amounts change. So so that's my concern. Thank you, Chair.
Agashina, thank you for that. Mr. Bial, do you have a response?
Well, generally speaking, the range and level of carryovers over the years has really fluctuated. Again, in the past, and my experience, there's been times when leadership, including the BNF committee, would discourage carryovers because all of the various programs are budgeted on an annual basis. And if they're not fully expending their funds, if you allow carryover, then they're getting a boost in their following year budget. And there might not be good reason or rationale for it. At other times, carryover is somewhat encouraged. And that might be at play at the moment because of the pandemic, the emergency, government closure, programs operating at reduced levels, personnel, etc., is resulting in a lot of underspending. So, as we saw in the case of the personal savings lapse, the $13 million is a lot more than it's, I believe, ever been. And that's because there's a lot of savings that were accrued. So that's my general response. But speaking to, again, the further concern raised by Delegate Crotty is on page 1 and going into most of page 2 are all the HESI recommendations. There's 8 business units mentioned, and the language remaining operating balance is used. So in this case, there's no projected amount. The oversight and perhaps the programs and division simply says, well, whatever that amount is what we're hoping will be carried over for use in fiscal year 21. So whereas in the NABI committee resolution and the law and order, they attempted to put a cap on the amount as listed. And then in looking further on some of the other HESI, uranium workers, medical transit, and then going into DNR, again, there's no amount mentioned. It just says the remaining balance. So one of Delegate Crotty's comments was maybe language would need to be inserted like up to 100,000. That's one way to cap it somewhat, if that's what the BNF committee wants to recommend. Mr. Chair.
Gusheen, thank you for that, Mr. Bial. I believe, I remember before I became a delegate, I used to sit in the gallery and listen to deliberations on budget and certain things. And I remember one delegate used to always speak up and say, what are we doing? Are we rewarding non-performance? No se trate. And that's kind of what I see here, is that instead of the program managers actually doing their due diligence and looking at actual figures of how much what they project would have left over after they do their expenditures and put in the actual hard figure, it's just the usual, we'll just do remaining balance and move forward. Let them worry about it type of thing. And they ask Shkoda. And here, we're just if we allow this to happen as committee members, then we'll be rewarding non-performance. That's what I'm getting at. So I do believe that we do need to put the hard figure in there and put a foot on the ground as Budget and Finance Committee members that we need to remind the programs that we're not, to me, all carryover amounts will be remaining. That's not acceptable. So committee members, any further comments or questions? Or back to Shenandoah. Helga Abercrombie with the figure that you were referencing.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. I could pause if we could hear from other committee members regarding the carryover. My next question was going to be, and formally sitting on HES and remembering that conversation, why remaining operating balance. You know, I do want to acknowledge it is also very challenging to spend money on Navajo Nation because of our internal process. Not one program or one division, like that's a collective. My question is just in terms of, they also say in the last column, it says this will ensure list of projects are completed by the end of the calendar year. So fiscal year is September to October. Is the calendar year, is the committee giving them a deadline to December 31st, the end of the calendar year? I don't know if anybody on this call has that answer, but I think it's just part of trying to solve and make recommendations. I just text the committee members. I still haven't seen a plan or a discussion if there's an anticipated revenue reduction coming, then there has to be a plan then in terms of reducing or constricting the government. But right now, all I've heard is like, well, we'll reduce workers when there's also other challenges in terms of duplication of services or other things. So I just want to put that out there, Chair. How does OMB and OOC read this when it says completed by the end of the calendar year? Thank you, Chair.
Katrina, thank you for that. Comments on committee members. Do you have any questions or comments regarding what we are discussing right now?
Chair Henyo, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
On the carryovers, was a good question, and good thoughts about, are we just actually padding the departments and their divisions? I think historically, some have been using them, and some have been probably abusing it. And how do we decipher which ones really do need the carryover? Because some departments and some programs, they rely on the carryover because they know they're going to be getting a cut. How do we make sure that it was just like what we talked about veterans when we were taking funds out of the agencies, and they were saying, "Wait a minute, that's not right." So how do we gauge that? How do we ensure that we do slice it up and provide for those that really do need it? I guess that's a major question. Do we have to do the carryovers immediately, or could we have a special session later on, or need a little guidance on this? I know it's kind of complicated because we're not actually sitting in a one room, and we used to have that ability to look at the figures and get the gist of what is actually happening. Something that we try to envision our head or through what we're talking about. But that's my question, Chair. Do we have to enact on it now, or can we bring the carryovers later and see what programs really need on the basis of that? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, as part of the legislation, I believe, Kristen, you would help with the question from Chair Smith.
Chair, I will try my best. So everything that we're talking about now is what information that OMB is using and that I am using to prepare the budget legislation. OMB is going to finalize the carryover exhibit. And as far as it coming back to the Budget and Finance Committee, so the legislation will be dropped, and then we'll have the 5-day comment period. And then after the 5-day comment period expires, the Budget and Finance Committee will have a special meeting. The first stop for the legislation is BNF, then it'll go to NABI, and then it'll go to Council. Chair.
So what I'm hearing is that we could leave this out of the legislation for now, and then once it does come back to BNF, it could be an amendment made to add the carryover into the legislation before it goes to NABI. Is that what I'm hearing?
Chair, you could choose not to recommend any carryovers into the budget. Yes, you could choose to make amendments at BNF, or you could choose to delete certain carryovers from the document OMB has presented. Basically, yes, I guess the answer is yes.
Hey, committee members, any questions or comments regarding this? Back to Vice Chair Smith on your questions and response.
Thank you, Chair, for that. I guess we don't have to immediately act upon the carryovers right now. The reason why I'm saying this, too, is because when OMB has given the report, usually it's like the percentage expenditures like in the 80s or close to the 90s towards the last quarter of the FY 2020 budget. But that's the reason why these percentages are not expended is because COVID-19. So that also has a savings on that part. Shadow Bunce's case is to hold off on it and take a real in-depth look at it, and then make a determination on how we're going to apply the carryovers. That's my thoughts on that, Shananda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I do agree that there should be some sort of in-person meeting that we should have as Budget and Finance Committee members. And maybe, I understand that the chambers has been used for meetings. Is there a possibility that we could all come together at the council chambers for our BNF committee meeting, and then that way we can discuss this further in person with social distancing and plexiglass and all these measures, safety measures taken into consideration to consider the carryovers, and then also unmet needs, and also the personal lapse fund. Just a suggestion, committee members. That way it's easier, and when we're out here, different parts of Ayunanka, relying on email, relying on certain things to be given. But what are your thoughts, committee members, on this discussion here?
Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair. I think that Can you hear me?
Delegate Yellow Hair. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, they on the being the committee members, my colleagues. I would go along with the what Mr. Henry said. Let's get together and do things right and then cover it over. As well, by education, not on. On call is not on you. Thank you. Turn the floor back to you.
Okay, committee members, any other further thoughts or questions?
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
That thought and that idea does make sense on trying to come together and think about it. It kind of goes back to what I was saying on the email. Chairs and vice chairs get together and storm brain how we're going to do this. But I don't know if that's going to actually materialize or manifest itself into that. I'm trying to be optimistic in this. There is, I think, plexiglass things in the chambers, but I think we're going to have to keep it to a limitation of just BNF, and then they can listen in through the teleconference if they want to. Shenandoah. The other question that I have is, when will we have this? When will this be conducted for the BNF committee members? Would it be after the comprehensive budget is completed? That's the other thing, too. Are we going to do this before? Do we have to have a comprehensive budget? Because we have a CR pending if we don't make the FY 2021 deadline, October 1st. October 1st for Laoshan. Then what? Are we still going to, we have an idea where our budget's at by that time. And if it doesn't go through, we still have that continuing resolution. But we have some framework. I'm sure the departments and the divisions are going to go back and try to make a budget where they know that BNF will support and the Navajo Nation Council will support. That's what we'll talk about in this case, Shenandoah. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith. I have a question for Mr. Bial regarding the budget calendar again. And we are, indeed, yes, we are very late, but the president, he has 10 days to sign a budget into law. And what is the very last day according to the calendar, which is it September 30th? Is that the very last day that he could sign that budget into law, or is it sooner than the 30th?
Mr. Chair, the way the revised budget calendar reads is that the president, if we give him his full 10 days, according to the revised calendar, that would be September 30th. So, however, that means the Navajo Nation Council, the way the schedule reads, it's September 17th through the 19th. Now, already we're not going to meet that because Budget and Finance Committee, if we were still on schedule, would have been done by September 8th, which was this past Tuesday. So every day we're pushing everything back. So the way we're looking at it at the moment now, let's say legislation was dropped either today or tomorrow, you count 5 days, then that's moving the NABI committee back to either the 17th or 18th next week, which would have been when the council was scheduled to start. See, so that pushes the council back probably over the weekend in order to be done to provide the 10 days for the president. Mr. Chair.
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, the Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee and staff. With respect to time, I think I agree with Delegate Crotty. 100,000 would work, and any other savings after that should be. Can we leave that for the FY22 budget for any possible shortfalls? We know that there's going to be shortfalls. We know that you know, due to the closure of NGS and Kayenta mine, so that's expected. So whatever that savings is after the 100,000, I think we put that into savings to FY 2022. So I would agree, and if Delegate Crotty is going to make the motion to do the 100,000, I want to second that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Brown, for that comment. Back to the committee. We are talking about different topics at the same time. One is the carryover amounts, and should there be limitations imposed by Budget and Finance, or to leave it as it is and move it forward. The other one is, as far as the carryover is concerned, is maybe leaving it out of the legislation and then come back together and fully discuss it and add it as an amendment at our Budget and Finance Committee meeting before it goes to NABKIA. And so those are the two. And then the third one is, of course, the budget calendar, which is just less than 2.5 weeks away. If legislation is dropped by, let's say, this afternoon, 5-day comment period comes about. And then our latest Budget and Finance Committee meeting that we could have is probably the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on Wednesday the 16th, or possibly the 17th, depending on when it gets posted by OLS. And so then after that goes to NABI for 1 day, then council. The latest that we could give it to the president is September 20th. If I'm reading that right. So committee members, back to discussion here. Recommendations, there's already a recommendation by Delegate Brown that there is a motion to be made regarding the cap, and he's willing to support it with a second. So this, I defer back to the committee.
Chair, if Delegate Elmer Begay is on the line, I think it'll be some type of direction. Thank you.
Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. I don't think he's on the line with us right now. So, committee members, what are the wishes here. What do we do here? Relying on your direction. If we move forward, we'll just move forward with the way it is and move on to the next topic.
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. I think in the spirit of collaboration or compromise, maybe at this time we can ask all of these departments to provide a specific number and to get clarification if it's the actual calendar year. So is it just like for first quarter? Because Chair, I just sent out a text to the committee. I'm reminded on a daily basis that this budget also includes $25 million from the Permanent Trust Fund income. And so we are already using our savings. And I think I'm just going back to how we're like our fiduciary duty. So if we're already using our savings, when you start dipping into your savings, you got to make some tough decisions. And I think this is a time where we need to make those tough decisions. So I'd like to see numbers, and I think that would require additional conversations as recommended by Vice Chair Smith, so that we're all accountable. I'd rather put money back into Permanent Trust Fund so that our communities can use it for infrastructure. Thank you.
Hi. I have cookies. We have to have some cookies? One cookie. This one? Yeah.
Get us some cookies too.
I want my blue corn cookie with piñons.
Watermelon.
Brownies. Chantal, if you could put yourself on mute. Chantal, don't get yellow hair. Back to our presenters, Mr. Bial or Mr. Willie. There's a question that I forgot to have answered. Is the on the proposed carryover language here? It says this will ensure list of projects are completed by the end of the calendar year. So the question is this January to December or October to September?
Mr. Chair? Robert Willie?
Go ahead, Mr. Willie.
Because you're saying calendar year, I would assume that calendar year would be January 1st to December 31st. So I would assume that they would get it done by December 31st. And I'm not sure about the projects. I don't get that listing if they're indicating that they need to complete a project. I'm not sure what project it is or what the scope and such. So we don't get that information here at Controller's Office when they ask for carryovers. Thank you.
Thank you for that input, Mr. Willie. I think the way I see it, it's a rubber stamp just to get things moving forward because they all have the same similar language. Mr. Bial?
Mr. Chair, committee members, and everyone listening, first of all, this language is taken from the committee resolutions. So it hasn't been changed. So when I first saw it, I was assuming that it meant by the end of the calendar year. That means when this budget goes into effect. Therefore, it would be December 30th, which is the remaining amount for fiscal year 21 in the calendar year. But that's a problem because, as Mr. Willie explained, the final balances won't be known until probably sometime in November. So that leaves very little time to spend it if it's looked at as being December 30th. So if it was, see, that word calendar is the hang up in this case. If it said fiscal year, then we'd know it would go all the way to September 30th of next year. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Biel. And for that clarification from Mr. Willie and Mr. Biel. Back to committee members. It sounds like we need to do more work on this carryover. And as indicated by Vice Chair Smith, that we all need to come back together and do some more deliberations on that. And I heard that from Delegate Amber Crotty the same way. And for me, as chair, I do support that too also, where we do need to get numbers to actually move forward with it, or just put our foot down and put in numbers not to exceed X dollars. So listening from and hearing from our legislative counsel, Ms. Kristen Lowell, that the budget legislation could move forward without the carryover in there until we comes back to budget and finance, and that amendment can be made to add the carryovers into the legislation. So with this, committee members, I'm going to ask for a consensus to move forward on the legislation without the carryovers indicated. And then as committee members, during our BNF committee, or even prior to that, before the 5-day comment period, if we could all come together, possibly if Peggy could work with Speaker Damon at Chambers and have a little work session on the carryovers next week. And then before BNF committee the day before, or what soon, and then that way we can all come to an agreement on the amounts and how much we should be proposing into the legislation. So that's the question I have before the committee. And with that, Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair. I'll go to Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith here.
Okay. I'm asking for a consensus. Were you able to hear me?
Chair, I did. I agree.
Okay, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree. If I could make a request to either OMB or OOC, I'm actually going to expand. I'll need at least the last 5 years of carryover. High level, maybe it's just a business unit. I want to look for trends, and I really would want to put a specific amount. Thank you, Chair.
So noted. And Mr. Biel and Mr. Willie, are you able to get that?
Mr. Chair, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Willie, the request is within the last 5 years, either to OMB or the Controller's Office, a listing of the carryover amounts that were approved by Budget and Finance and Council to each business unit. And we could get like a high-level summary of within the last 5 years to determine if there is a trend or not. Mr. Willie?
Okay, thank you, sir. We should be able to complete it. I know that OMB does send out the memos, so they probably have those in their storage also. So we'll work together with them.
Okay, with that, thank you. Shenandoah, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Gashina Ado Shenandoah, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Okay, with that, we do have a consensus from 4 delegates of the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, including the chair. So we'll move forward without the carryovers in the legislation until we have a work session before the Budget and Finance Committee to do an amendment to add this back into the legislation. Kasheen, with that, moving forward, Kristen?
Yes, Chair.
Kristen?
Yes, sir.
So when you're doing the legislation, are you aware of what we did, right?
Yes, Chair. It's just I'm just deleting that section altogether. Or, I mean, I suppose I could come up with a paragraph saying, but then I'll have to amend it. I think I'm just going to delete it altogether unless the committee gives me different instruction, with the understanding that whoever is on the call listening, that it doesn't mean carryovers are not going to be included at some point. I just don't want anybody to panic, Chair.
Yes, that's exactly the other part too, is that we need to let programs know that the carryovers are still being deliberated, but we just need to get final numbers and directions from OMB and OOC. And then at the same time, what's really critical is the report from the last 5 years of carryovers too. That would determine how we move forward with the carryovers in this 2021 budget. Thank you, Kristen. Somebody was saying, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is Nanette with OMB.
Okay, Nanette, go ahead.
A question on that EPA. They're trying to carry over special revenue funds, and since the controller was, or Robert Willie was online, I was going to see if that's allowable. It's a question for Robert Willie.
Mr. Willie?
Mr. Chair, we'd have to actually look at their plan operations and their fund management plan for that particular fund to see if there's any restrictions on it. And then we calculate how much they actually have available. I know some of the EPA programs were running low in their fund balances. So their allocations for FY21 were reduced. So I'm thinking maybe they're trying to get funding in this manner. So we'd actually have to look at that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, and have that available for the committee when we have our work session.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. On the discussion about the carryovers, I know that you're looking at the list that we put together, which was intended to become in any modified form Exhibit H. But in the legislation, there's a paragraph F, 1 and 2. So Exhibit H is number 2. Now, Part 1 of that is the amounts that, for a number of years now, have been allocated a carryover cap amount for the 3 branches. So when Ms. Lowell says she's going to get rid of the entire paragraph, does she mean that too as well?
Ms. Lowell?
Yes, Chair. I was going to delete paragraph F in its entirety unless I get instructions otherwise. To be fair, I don't know the impact of subsection 1 of paragraph F. So I don't know what stress or concern that causes for OMB in doing their calculations. Chair.
And Mr. Beal.
Mr. Chair, committee members, what I'm referring to, I don't know how many of you have the legislation in front of you. Paragraph F speaks about general fund carryovers. Now, number 1, the way it's written, it allows a cap level to the 3 branches: executive 2.5 million, legislative 1.5 million, judicial 500,000. That's the part I'm wondering about, whether that's going to be maintained or will it be deleted as well and then reconsidered later at the work session, Mr. Chair, that you're referring to.
Back to Ms. Lowell.
Chair, I'm going to take it out unless the committee directs otherwise. Chair.
I do agree that it should be taken out, because if it's left in there, then it gives the notion that the committee is still approving in these specific amounts.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So I don't know if the committee has any other comments regarding this, but I would support taking that out also, and then putting it back in as we at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
Does the OMB okay? I just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Beal. Committee members, as we move forward to the next item, Mr. Beal, under unmet needs portion of this discussion here, there is a listing. And so my question is, the action that we took to postpone this carryover, does that have an impact on the unmet needs? And also, will it have an impact on the personal lapse savings discussion? Would that all have to be moved forward to also, in your opinion, sir?
Mr. Chair, this particular report, the unmet needs, again, is a compilation of the Oversight Committee recommended or designated unmet needs. And the reason we put it together is when you do reach the stage of considering any further allocations from whatever the fund source might be, in this case, it would typically be the remaining balance into personnel lapse savings as projected. Then this document could be used for that purpose. You know, you go through it and select which ones are priority or urgent, critical, etc. So the grand total of it, as I was beginning to mention earlier, is almost 134 million altogether. So what we would typically do as well, if the BNF committee doesn't want to use this, in other words, you finish your budget hearings. Now remember last year, there was a balance of roughly 7 million or so, as I remember. And you decided as committee members how to allocate that. So some went to ALTEC, DALTECs, and chapter stipends, and so forth. So that's how it was done before. Now in this case, again, the reason we produced it is because there's all these recommendations coming from the other standing committees as well. So you heard the controller's report yesterday that the personal lapse savings balance that's available as projected is $13,083,541. Now, you approved out of that fund source a GWA at 3%. So that amount is $3,846,992. So deducting that from the available balance, you now have $9,236,549. That's still available. So that's how this particular listing, the unmet needs list, could be used based on the recommendations of BNF committee, based on the recommendations, again, of the various standing committees. So in general, that's the purpose. Now, Delegate Brown, I heard him mention earlier that maybe the balance could be considered later, similar to what you're saying, Mr. Chair. Next week, when you get with the carryovers, you could also deal with this, thereby just giving you more time to think about it and so on. But Delegate Brown also mentioned that out of the 9.2 million, maybe some of it, or perhaps even all of it, could be set aside for the 21 budget as a way to help cover that looming shortfall. So if you were to do it today, again, it's going to take a while. I mean, I think we can judge now by the discussion that's been going on for about 2 weeks now to make decisions out of this fund source. And then whatever you decide, you see, each program, division, branch, even at the chapter level, they're going to have to redo their budgets accordingly. And here we are, it's Friday afternoon. I don't think that most of them will do it in a timely way, meaning by the end of the day. I just quite honestly don't think it's going to happen. And because it won't happen, given it's the weekend now, we're not going to have the books ready for NABI and council late next week or next weekend. So, Mr. Chair, that's my remarks at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bial, for that remark. And something for the committee to think about. As we had talked about earlier, that maybe it's best that we all come together and meet face to face and talk about this two items too also. Committee members, what are your thoughts on moving this to a work session also next week?
Hello?
Hello? Delegate Elmer Begay?
Yeah, so it's what happened?
That's what I'm thinking. Committee members, what are your thoughts on the unmet need discussion and the personal lapse discussion?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair, if I may.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
It sounds like we're headed down that path like we did with the previous one. I think that's conducive to ensuring that we do have a general idea of how we're going to approach this. Like OMB said, Mr. Dominic Bial, if we do make changes to chapters, 110 of them, I don't think they're going to be capable of submitting it on time. So, I think we should include that with the carryover in this case. I'm not sure what the other members think, but in line of this, that'll give us some idea of where we're actually headed with this. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Jimmy over here, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, that's yeah, yes, we need to talk it over. Let's have a meeting. But we're going to discuss this carryover money and also unmet needs on this case. 2022 in this case. The carryover money that's about 50% or earmarked the carryover money. 50% put in the 2022 audit. Machine audit basically on this. Today we got some money from Peabody area and coal mine. So 2022 we're going to desperately need money. Or 50% is for this 2021. Put the other money used in 2022. What about 2021? They operation. There's a 2022 is forthcoming too. And by that education and hala. 24 councilman, we need to stretch the money for the people. Cannot use all the money in one time. She hotel on this case is not on. Look, I ended the 2022 the Chico upgrade of the 24 councilman. That's my suggestions on. So unmet needs of we should only give it 50%. Because partial. I don't know how long this is COVID-19 is going to be a problem with us and throughout the nation. And the big company now that the third quarter out of the money out of the hotel the first quarter 2021. Even now, let's stress the money. Now the 20 the cost COVID-19. A quiet does not on it. But I have just spend it all in one time, 2021. We're going to have a big problem in 2022. About this, okay, that's my suggestion. Let's not spend all the money in 2021. Let's use some in 2022, 50-50. What do you think of it, my friend, my colleagues? Thank you very much, Chair. Going back to you. Going back on mute. Thank you very much, Chair.
Delegate Elhair for your comments. Delegate Ambercrotti.
Thank you, Chair. I will support the Vice Chair and the committee regarding that. I think at this point, I did want to also add in a discussion regarding that cap, the 5-year plan that allocated permanent trust fund to the budget, and so that we can consider that this also includes $25.4 million of permanent trust fund. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Ambercrotti, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
I'm sorry, Chair, I just got back on the call.
Okay, what we are discussing and trying to get consensus is the same path that we took for the carryovers as for the unmet need and also the permanent, the personnel lapse fund. ADG is to move it to a work session next week prior to our Budget and Finance Committee meeting. The details when we're all in person, if we could all come together at chambers if possible. And this way, we're there face to face and openly discussing these, personnel lapse funding of how the allocation should be made, like we did here.
Let's vote on it right now.
With that, I'm trying to get a consensus so far. Vice Chair Smith is in consensus. Delegate Elhair is in consensus. Delegate Ambercrotti is in consensus of moving this forward. So I need to get your input, Delegate Brown.
Okay, that sounds good. I mean, after listening to Mr. Vial, and it will take some time for the budget forms, I believe. But situated, they would need more time if our wants this, then we have to give staff time. And it sounds like we do have the 10-day for president, but then again, the part that I just want to make the committee aware of is once it's complete and all the logistical work that has to go into it from our staff and forwarding that to president's office, there's that time frame also that we just have to be aware of. But I agree with this committee. So yeah.
Thank you for that. Delegate Elmer Begay.
Yeah, to other members of the Budget Finance Committee. So yeah, other if I need to get the carryovers or the personal lapse funds based on I think so and the balance I think they're not spent each year. There's some savings in it. I think I always think that we should get together as a Budget and Finance Committee. What's the best interest for the Navajo people, the Nanjingi, what's the base on that? We're here as a government. We always take this as a government. and the government is supposed to help the people. They jump out there, which that some are unable to work, some are unable to meet their needs. To go up to the children, they change it now and there's grandmas and grandpas that I know that still take care of their grandkids, and these are very innocent kids, children, because their mom and dad, they have to leave their income is not here. They have to go places to get to start working, but not that. But they have to be away from their kids. So what are the social problems we have? So even in this case, how do we use these monies as a government, as a federal? Hello, Jimmy, on the line, was it? I don't know. This case, so I'm thinking that this carryover, but if we could look at all the programs that are direct service on Lindigi, how can we that's the one that I think we need to really concentrate on them. What are they going to do? I thought that the money, and we know that the money that they're not spent there, but some the emergency management, they don't really directly go to the people, but others again they really work with the direct service to the people. So if there's savings there, making so something's wrong with them. Donna, at the same time, we're going to see a lot of carryovers this year because of there's some programs that are given that CARES funding. ADOT, they're not spending. Which are they going to be spending that money, or are they going to spending that Navajo Nation money? I think we have to.
Remember the game?
Yeah.
Carried over. I dumped on the CT, and we moved it forward to next week's work session. So, today I'm just asking for a consensus if we want to move everything forward to the work session.
During the other, so I think one of the details, I think we need to get together and say, meaning in the audacity is going to say in Hanna, but on Hido, when we're going to do we're going to have to start making our own meeting for this day in the care of every national.
When we do meet in person. With that, committee members, those things that we're in consensus of, was that Peggy? Are you on the line?
I'm here, Chair.
Kashina, so it sounds so what we're going to do is get the legislation dropped this afternoon, and then from there, schedule a work session next week, possibly on our Budget and Finance Committee regular meeting is on Tuesday. What we can do is move that up for a special meeting and have a work session on that day on Tuesday there in Window Rock in person if we could get the chambers reserved. I understand there was a committee that met in the chambers during the oversight hearings. And so if that could be arranged, since you're in Window Rock, you could work on that for us. And then we'll move our regular meeting to a special meeting further later on that week so we could get the legislation passed at Budget and Finance. That's the plan from the committee, Peggy. Kristen, so when it comes to developing the legislation, you would have to also omit the language on the personal lapse savings fund. Is that correct?
I will have to take out the numbers after. So it'll be in the general wage adjustment will be in. I think that means I take the waiver out as well. I've got to sort through that. Sure.
Okay. So when will this legislation be ready for pickup today?
Well, that's a good question because the last part of the legislation, there's a couple things that I have to finesse, but the last piece of the legislation involves getting the numbers from OMB. So I don't crunch any of the numbers. That's completely within OMB's role. So I wait for OMB to present the numbers. So it's a matter of when OMB presents the numbers. I did have communication that they think it's going to be at some point this afternoon, but I don't know the answer. There.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, the reason why I'm asking is so the bill can come in, pick it up and sign and drop it today so it could be ready. That's why. For the 5-day.
Yeah. Well, I have OLS standing by. They know that the intent was to drop the legislation tonight. So here's what it gets us. If it drops tonight before midnight, it has to stay in the 5-day, the comment period for a full 5 days, which means the first day you could hear this as a committee, as legislation. I'm not talking about the work session, but as a committee to vote on the legislation is next Thursday, the 17th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, it's ready on the 6th day, Chair.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, the 17th. If we could do the morning of the 17th, BNF, and then the afternoon of the KOTS, and then move it to council on the 18th and 19th. I believe that we could still meet the deadline. That's what I'm looking at calendar right now.
I'm not sure, Chair, because it depends. It depends when the work session is. It depends how that goes, and then amendments are going to have to be made at the committee. So then it's up to then it goes to OLS, the tracking section, to finalize the legislation. So it depends how intensive the amendments are and what the schedule is for NABI. So in other words, if you have the BNF committee meeting at 8 and the anticipation is to have the NABI meeting at 10, you may run into an issue with the legislation not being complete by then, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that too. Also, we're looking at the work session to be on the 15th in lieu of our regular meeting and moving our regular meeting to a special meeting on the 17th. If depending on the 5-day, which is more likely will be the 17th, and depending on when the legislation can be picked up, signed, and then taken to OLS. It's 1 o'clock right now, and the question to the committee members: is there a committee member willing to sponsor this legislation? If not, I can start driving.
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm at the delegate's office. Just let me know. Thank you.
Okay, Hakushin, good. Hakushin, with that, we do also have Delegate Crotty, and I believe Delegate Elmer Begay is wanting to sponsor too also. Snanda, Delegate Elmer Begay?
Chair.
Yeah, Arriba. Hakushin, who's calling chair? I thought it was Delegate Elmer Begay.
This is Speaker Damon.
Oh, Snanda, so there. Speaker Damon, thank you for joining us.
Oh, if the legislation gets too late, I'm here. I'll be here with OLS into the evening time. So we're working on a couple of different things. So I can just co-sponsor, and then somebody can someone can sponsor it if it needs to go that route.
Thank you. So to the Speaker Damon, that really does help the committee a lot. And I'm glad you were listening in.
Okay, and the reason why is just I definitely, the way that the Office of the Legislative Services has been working together with your advisor, Ms. Nakai, and then we're looking at the same thing as the 17th and 18th would be Navi, and then we could, we're looking to schedule the regular Navajo Nation Council special budget session on Monday the 21st. That would be the first day for the special session.
Thank you, sir.
Unless if you want to go into the weekend on the 19th and 20th, but one of the big things is, like Ms. Lowell has indicated, some of the, if there's any amendments that do happen from BNF to Navi that morning, that might delay it. And then if there's additional amendments from the 17th and 18th, which there highly might be, and then it takes some time for Office of Legislative Services to work within their office in order for them, and working together with OMB to making sure all those budget forms are correct before it goes to Navajo Nation Council session. So that's the reason why we're looking to have at least 2 days for Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative or Office of OMB to work together to make sure that all the budget numbers are correct by the time they get to council on the 21st, Mr. Chair. That's just what we were thinking. But again, it's up to the committee. Thank you. You're about
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Damon, for giving us that information and the committee. So the main thing is to get the legislation dropped by just before midnight. And then we'll be requesting for a special work session, Speaker Damon, to be on the 15th. And if there's a way we could use the council chambers for the committee members, there's 6 of us, plus Peggy 7 to do the work session, continue an open discussion on the carryover, and then the personnel lapse fund. Those are the 2 that we need to wrap up. We're thinking of in person would be better to meet to discuss this. So if that could be arranged to the Speaker Damon.
At some point and another, we're going to have to start moving in that direction. So we might as well start. I just want to make sure I'll have Office of what is her name? Henry Hudson's brother.
Thank you.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
Speaker Damon. With this, committee members, we do have one item that we still need to discuss.
I'm going to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk.
Hold on.
I need your...
Okay, so my computer just spoke to me here. One other item that we still need to discuss, committee members, or maybe if you want to wait till the work session, is Delegate Amber Crotty wanted to make an amendment to the legislation. So I'll leave that up to Delegate Amber Crotty. If you want to wait till our actual work session to make that amendment that you were talking about at the beginning of our budget hearing here.
Thank you, Chair. I will wait till the work session. If Speaker Damon is on the line, it was an amendment regarding, now we have to waive the Appropriation Act because of the capital improvement plan. So I know your staff has been helping trying to get that plan, and we just didn't meet the deadline. So if we could just, I'd like to talk with the division director and see if we could develop some language to support that directive. Thank you, Chair. I'll have that ready by next week.
I think that.
Christina. Good, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry for being up members. Good afternoon, everyone. I guess my first question is that's going to probably be one waiver, and then also the other waiver that I know right off the bat, Ms. Lowell, she probably has a couple of them that might be ready, including the one that we're supposed to actually have this legislation to the president by yesterday, which is 20 days before the end of the fiscal year. So that needs to be in there too as well. But I'm not too sure of what other waivers seem to be, but I know it's those two for sure.
Okay, thank you for that, to the Speaker Damon, for that response. And we do need to do those waivers. So again, I should commend Delegate Amber Crotty for bringing that up, and we'll finalize that amendment during our work session too on Tuesday, September 15th, 2020. We should begin early, like 9 o'clock. Would that work, committee members? 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
I'll be at 9. Good.
See ya.
Okay. Christina, Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Chair Hanio. Yes, I'm fine with that. I just got a quick question on that amendments. If we're doing work session, it's just a work session. Do you think we should go into regular session in order to do and entertain amendments? I know work session, we don't do any action items. We just more or less get information and then we adjourn. That's my question, Chair.
No, what we're doing is we're just going to prepare the amendment at the work session and come to an agreement. This is what we wanted to put forth as an amendment. So the actual amendment will take place at our Budget and Finance Committee meeting, special meeting. That's where the actual amendment will take place. But this work session, all we're doing is preparing language and getting things ready. So when we come into actual committee meeting mode, then that's where those amendments will take place.
Christy, thank you.
Chair, this is Peggy.
So 9 o'clock is good for you? So
Chair,
9 o'clock good for you? Okay, 9 o'clock for Vice Chair Smith. Shnanta, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you.
9 o'clock is good. Shnanta, Delegate.
Clock is good.
Brown.
Let's start at 5.
Shnanta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, that will work for me.
Kashina, with that, it looks like 9 o'clock, September 15th, 2020. Peggy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We need clarification from Kristen. Title 2 says that Budget and Finance's regular meeting is the 15th. The second Tuesday of every month is a regular meeting. So, Kristen, can you clarify that? Are we required to have regular meetings, or is a work session okay? How do we deal with that, since Title 2 has that in there as a second meeting is required for a regular meeting?
Kristen, response?
Chair, I just need to look at the section for 1 minute.
Okay.
Peggy, can you tell me, if Peggy can tell me exactly what section that is in, please?
I believe that might be section 183, around in that area. I don't have my Title II here with me, but I just wanted to see if there could be clarification on that. If committees can meet in a work session instead of a regular meeting. Per Title II, it says that we have 2 meetings, and Budget and Finance is first and second Tuesdays of every month. Someone needs to mute their phone, Chair.
Delegate Yellow Hair, can you mute your phone, please, if you can hear us?
For the Budget and Finance Committee, Title II is 300. Section 300, but I'm trying to remember how that it says in the Title II regarding regular meetings.
Chair,
Okay, well,
it does, the code does, I have the section, Chair, for meetings. It does say Section 302, all regular meetings of the committee shall be held on the first and third Tuesday of each month. I'm trying to remember past practice, and this is where Peggy may be able to help me out. There have been times where committee meetings have been canceled either because of no quorum or because of committee members are not available for other reasons. And I don't know if that was done officially through the Speaker's office or how that was done, Chair.
Okay. Did you say the third Tuesday?
It says the first and the third Tuesday. So
Okay.
that would be 15th. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right, then with that, as far as giving notice to the speaker, we could cancel the regular meeting and in this place have a work session. I'm hearing you right, Kristen.
That's what I'm thinking, unless another advisor has a concern about handling it that way, Chair. But I think it could be done as long as it's approved by the Office of the Speaker, Chair.
Okay. With that, we'll have Peggy send a notice to the Speaker, Damon, request that our meeting be canceled for Tuesday, regular meeting. And that same memo requesting for a special meeting for the 17th of September. Peggy, did you get that?
So, Chair, you're saying to cancel the regular meeting when the code says shall meet on the third Tuesday?
Let me help you out, Chair. So maybe the request should be special meeting September 15th, and we meet regularly on the 22nd. Thank you.
Oh, no. Our regular meeting is on the 15th, Shanada. That's the third Tuesday in September. And so that's our regular meeting. And that's what Peggy is referring to. And
Chair, sorry, Chair.
So that's for clarification, Delegate Crotty. Kristen?
Yeah, I had another thought. What if we have it as a special meeting, but we just don't put legislation on, we put it down for a report? That's a possibility. And that, I mean, if it's possible that legislations could be added to it, though, if it's a special meeting. So that's one thing you have to consider. I don't know what legislations are waiting in the wings for consideration by the committee members, Chair.
Okay, what we can do, committee members here, as that. Let's just do legislations only. I believe there's legislation by Edmund Yazzie that's ready for budget and finance. And then I believe there was another one by him regarding a change in that CAP 3518. And then I've seen another one. So if we could just do legislations and get them moving forward quickly. And then no reports. And then that way we can, as soon as we're done, then we can go into work session mode. Committee members, will that work for us as complying with Title II? And Peggy,
yes,
will that work?
Sir.
Peggy,
Yes, Chair, that will work.
go that route.
Then we're abiding by, then we're following Title II, where it says shall, and then we can go into regular work session mode after the regular meeting is concluded.
There you go. I'll just share that with that. This legislations only, no reports, and we can move forward quickly. With that, committee members, we do have one more item that we still need to take before we adjourn. Is the Navajo Nation Washington office? They submitted their budget, and we do have the budget from the prosecutor's office. So with this, they're both here, and we'll just we already acted on the motion, and to get the money. So we do have both budgets here. So we just need to moving forward. Do we need to do another motion again, or how do we handle this, Kristen?
Chair, I would do a motion for record keeping purposes, Chair.
Delegate Gallagher motion to move the budget forward. Is there a second by Delegate Elmer Begay? Though with that, committee members, any questions or comments regarding this? Delegate Gallagher?
I'll vote Crane. Piga. Chile.
Kushina. Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Delegate Amber Crotty.
Green, Chair. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Okay, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We do have both budgets, and they'll be moving forward with the legislation. Thank you. One other item that we still need to consider is Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. We have not seen any type of budget from them. Is Christopher Bahi still on the line? Christopher Bahi from the President's Office. Okay, so we are at the close of our our hearings. Committee members, we have not seen a revised budget from the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. What are the committee's thoughts or concerns on this matter here?
Sure.
Go ahead, Shanada. Is this Delegate Elmer Begay?
Yeah, did anybody notified them at the OPVP office?
Mr. Bahi was on the line earlier, and he informed the committee that they were still waiting on Mrs. Werline to submit his budget for signatures when he was on the line with us.
Chair, if I may, this is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead.
The veterans budget could be added as an amendment at the special meeting when you consider the legislation at the very latest if you wanted to.
The other item that is still outstanding is the COAs and legislative concerns, unless I missed that discussion somewhere along the way on how you were going to act on that one. Is that going to be part of the work session agenda?
Okay, two things. That's what I was trying to get at from the committee is on the Veterans Administration, the budget that we, since there's no response and there's no budget, revised budget, do we still include this as part of the legislation or leave it off until we do get the revised budget and then add it as an amendment? Committee members.
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Commissioner Da, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to, in terms of what legally needs to be done for the draft legislation, if Legislative Council can just let us know what she needs, and then I think I have a few recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, back to our principal attorney, Ms. Kristen Lowe.
Chair, I did send out the document for legislative concern. They sent out an updated document today to the committee and the advisors.
No, Kristen. Kristen.
Yes.
Kristen.
Yes.
What we're talking about is Navajo Veterans Administration budget. There is no response on the revised budget from Veterans Administration, and Mr. Bahi was on the line earlier, made a statement that they were still working with Mrs. Werline and waiting for the documents for signatures. We are not at the close of our session, and we have not seen any revised budget yet. So the question here is, do we still include it as part of the legislation, or if we leave it out and moving forward until adding it as an amendment later? Delegate Crotty was asking legally, what are the what's your response in a legal sense? Now, Kristen?
Sure. Sorry, I just got knocked off the line. But it's really, I guess I don't see how OMB could move the veterans budget forward if you don't have the revised documents. It's not so much in the legislation, the body of the legislation itself, but it really comes into play with the budget detail, which is Exhibit K of the legislation. Although I'm going to be renaming exhibits because we cut out a few. So, but it's last year's it was in Exhibit K, which is the budget detail document. So, I'm thinking that OMB cannot include that in the budget detail booklet, and I don't know if DOJ has a different opinion on that, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Department of Justice.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Mel. I do agree with that. You could put it through with sort of a placeholder budget and then do an amendment, but I do agree with Ms. Lowell that it's better to wait and then have, that OMB would have the actual budget, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. So back to the committee members, Shunda. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. If I could get OMB, let me know what's needed. I could develop the budget forms. I do it every year when we're moving money around. I have your document in front of me. I just need to know what were those budget unit numbers, and I could develop the document. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, back to Mr. Bial, Dominic Bial. Mr. Dominic Bial, are you there?
Mr. Chair, I'm here. What I was going to do is have Emmett Francis respond, because he works, as you know, with the veterans' budgets. And I don't know what he's received so far or whatever. Mr. Francis, are you on now?
I think so. I keep cutting out or something.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, Mr. Francis.
Okay, I guess you can hear me.
Go ahead, sir. We're waiting on you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee, and Ms. Grotti. I did send out a new revised fund type summary with the new numbers on them. The Office of the President requested the numbers, and the committee advisor, Peggy, also sent me the numbers that need to be changed. So under the business unit 103015, which is now the budget for all of the general funds for Naval Veterans Administration, the $1,548,000 has been reduced down to $648,184, based on the numbers that need to go down to the fiduciary funds with the agency Veterans Trust Fund. And the instructions were to try to keep the same number as the fiscal year 20. So based on that, I'm using the FY21 budget amount under fiduciary for Tinley Agency. The fiduciary fund or the Veteran Trust Fund amount is $436,871, and an amount of $289,502 would be added to the budget and general funds from the $1,048,000 to come out with the same number as FY20, which is $726,373 for Tinley Agency. For Crown Point Agency, an additional amount of $480,086 in general funds will be added to $793,105. Again, to have the same amount as FY20 of $1,273,191. for Fort Defiance Agency for FY20, it was $1,551,706. And I believe the Fort Defiance Agency council delegate didn't want to change the trust fund. He wanted them to maintain the $1,407,922, and that is maintained at $1,407,922. Shiprock Agency, in order to get back to $872,971, which is the 20 fiscal year amount, $105,044 in general funds would be added to the $767,927 in Veterans Trust Funds for a total of $872,971, which is the same amount as FY20. Yuba City, the amount to be added is $25,184 in general funds in order to get it back to $833,259. The Veteran Trust Fund amount is $808,075. And if you add the $25,184, that will go back to $833,259. In total, the total amount of general funds taken from the $1,000,005 is $899,816 in order to bring these numbers back up to FY22, with the exception of Fort Defiance. They wanted to keep the larger number. And that would be added to the total of $4,213,900 in the Veterans Trust Funds. And the total budget amount for all of the trust funds is $5,113,716. So that's the total amount that would be submitted as the revised budgets. But the thing is, the additional amount of general fund that are added, and as I said before, those would be designated as Business Unit 103XXX. And then the Veteran Trust Fund that is allocated by the Controller's Office, those would be budgeted as 703XXX. The way that the Veterans Program has put it together, they have 5 budgets for the 5 agencies. They don't have the 110 budgets anymore. So that's the way the budget will be submitted, or that's the way the budget should be submitted. And so those are the numbers. I don't know if that's what I understood, but as I said earlier, the committee advisor, Peggy, sent me some of these numbers, and I felt that those were pretty official numbers that the committee wanted to have done to change the budget. So that's my presentation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and the other part of the question that we had was, what have you received from the Navajo Nation Veteran Administration?
I sent out a email to the President's office and also to the Veterans Administration this morning, asking them for the revised budgets. But so far, I have not received the revised budgets yet.
Mr. Chair, this is Christopher Bahi. I'm on the call.
Okay, Mr. Bahi, thank you for joining us. Do you have an update for the committee? We are about to adjourn right now. That's why this is
Yeah, I'm aware. Sorry, I was on another call at the moment, but I was still listening when you guys called me earlier. I'm in touch with Mrs. Werline now, and what Mr. Francis reported, there was a little bit of confusion. Mr. Werline was under the impression that the committee had requested to go back to the 110 chapter budget. So that's why they took time regenerating 110 chapter individual business unit budget forms. So I did let him know that Emmett just reported that based on their recommendation of putting it back to just the 5 agencies with fiduciary funds and then 5 with the general funds, 103XXX, that we should hopefully have that quicker. But I did relay that message to Mr. Werline, and we should hopefully get those over soon. And we did send over the Washington office budgets, but there was a minor correction that OMB noted, and those are being resent in right now. We're getting them re-signed. So we got those at our office as well. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bahi. Committee members, so Mr. Bahi, how much longer are we talking about in getting this revised budget?
Chair, thank you. I'd say hopefully within the next half hour, reducing it with just like I said, moving it from, now that we know that there just has to be the agency budgets, it should be a lot quicker. I know Mrs. Werline was having his staff work on it. I see what we can do in the next half hour. Thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, back to the committee members. What are the your thoughts on this?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm just going back to legal in terms of what information is needed, like if there needs to be official committee action. I didn't see the budget for the last one, prosecutor and Washington. I don't know if we need to actually see the forms or with OMB verbally reporting it. Chair, thank you. I just need to know what we need so that we could take an action and move on. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, back to Ms. Lowell. What do we need as a committee to move this forward?
Chair, this is Kristen. If OMB can represent verbally that they have received the budgets and that satisfies the committee members, that is fine. It's really the committee members' discretion whether they want to see it or whether they're satisfied by a verbal representation from OMB, Chair.
Okay, with that, committee members, so what we're saying is that we'll rely on OMB's representation that if they'd received the budget. And Mr. Bahi also informed the committee that they are Mr. Werline is actively working on getting the budget revision moving forward. But if the committee wishes to see it in hand, then we would have to wait or until it's complete, or it'll be up to the committee how they wish to move this forward. Now back to Delegate Crotty.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty. I am personally fine with OMB verifying those numbers. There is, my initial and original request was the distribution to the CBOs. So if they could, if the program can keep that handy, and I can officially make that recommendation if needed at our next meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Gashina, thank you for that. There's still the option, though, at Budget and Finance Committee. our meeting next week. So with that, we'll move this forward, and we'll rely on budget OMB and Veterans Administration to be working on this budget revision. But OMB, if you do receive that budget revision form, out of courtesy, send it to Peggy, and Peggy can send that to all the committee members.
Yeah, I'll do that as soon as I get the budget, and I have to check the budget anyway and see if there's anything else that needs to be corrected, but hopefully not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Allah, for that, Mr. Francis. Okay, Aldo, one last item. Legislative concerns, committee members. Is there, Peggy had mentioned that, would this be taken up at the work session also too? And then move forward with our legislation, or do you wish to entertain it now? Delegate Yellow Hair. Delegate Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair. On legislative concerns, I think there's several of them that are on the concerns for each department.
Go ahead, Vice Chair. Delegate Yellow Hair's phone.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is,
Delegate Yellow Hair, can you mute your phone, please? Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair.
We can always revisit that, right? If it goes to council, always amend it. Is that possible? Or if not, then I recommend that we push it on to work session, or special session, or the regular session, regular budget finance meeting session. That's my question.
Okay. With this, I'm back to Kristen. As far as the legislative concerns of Vice Chair Smith is asking that with the legislative concerns that we have, there's a number of them. Could we also move them forward as an amendment on September 17th for the regular, our special Budget Finance Committee meeting?
Chair, I would include them in the budget resolution with the conditions of appropriation. I think that in order to have meaningful comment, that we need to preserve the overall integrity of the legislation, and I understand the committee needs to defer fee carryovers and determination of general what to do with the personnel lapse fund money, but the legislative concerns are ready. I've sent a draft document to the committee and the advisors, and I sent an updated one this morning. So I think that needs to be included in the legislation, Chair, committee members.
Committee members, I believe we also did act on them. We took action on each one of them already with a vote and a motion, a second, and a vote. So let's move through that. And I believe Kristen sent that out to us. What time did you send that out, Kristen?
Let me double check on that.
Here, it's on 10:31.
There it is. Yes.
10:31 a.m. was sent committee members. If we could just Exhibit J, there is 22 legislative concerns, and this is not only from is this from all the committees, or is it just from BNF?
Chair, this is everything, all inclusive, from the Oversight Committee and from the BNF discussion, Chair.
Okay. Okay, with that, let's take care of this committee member. So, Kristen, if you would go over number 1 and so forth.
Sure. Keep in mind that it does say Exhibit J at the top, but I'm going to need to go through the legislation and make some revisions to that because, as you know, some things have been deleted. So the first one, this was from BNF, the Division of Community Development. That's Community Development chapter. The chapters were asked. Administrative Service Centers are asked to provide technical assistance to the chapter staff, and the department manager and division director are to provide a plan and a report orally and in writing to both the Resources and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee at the end of the first and the second quarters. And then I put in a sentence at the end that the Resources and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee may choose to have a joint work session on the matter at the committee's discretion. That was recognizing that RDC has oversight of DCD. Chair. Chair, did you want me to go all through them, or did you want to discuss them individually?
Go through them, unless committee members, if you do have a question, call out Miss Lowell's name and then for explanation. But for time's sake, we'll move forward then. If there's no questions, then we'll continue moving forward.
Very good. Legislative concern 2 pertains to the Office of the Auditor General. This is from Delegate Crotty. He wanted a work plan on how to expand the number of audits to include more chapters and programs into its annual work plan. In the plan, the Office of the Auditor General shall emphasize chapters and programs that have not been audited in more than 3 years. The Office of the Auditor General shall provide its plan in writing and orally to the Budget and Finance Committee by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. Legislative concern number 3, Division of Human Resources, Department of Personnel Management. The Department of Personnel Management is to provide a report on the total dollar amount of vacant positions to the Budget and Finance Committee at the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. I'm not sure if that is still necessary or if Ms. Racita Tati's presentation yesterday satisfied that. Legislative concern number 4, Division of Human Resources, Department of Personnel Management. The Department of Personnel Management shall examine its policies and procedures for hiring regarding the classification of positions and report to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. Legislative concern number 5, Division of Public Safety. The Division of Public Safety is to station an officer at the Newlands sub-office and at Tehajali by the end of the first quarter of FY 2021 in accordance with the 638 contract for public safety services. Legislative concern number 6, Division of Public Safety. The Division of Public Safety shall fully implement the enhanced 911 service throughout the Navajo Nation by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 21. The Division of Public Safety shall submit a written report to the Law and Order and Budget and Finance Committee when this has been completed. Legislative concern number 7, Division of Public Safety. The Division of Public Safety shall provide a written and oral report on establishing a missing persons unit within the Division of Public Safety to the Law and Order and the Budget and Finance Committees by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 21. Legislative concern number 8, Division of Public Safety. The Division of Public Safety shall establish a medical examiner position with the Department of Criminal Investigations by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 21. And I did have a note as to how that position should be funded. I wasn't sure about that. Legislative concern number 9, Division of Public Safety. The Division of Public Safety shall develop a plan to attract and recruit high school students within the Navajo Nation into the police officer training program. This plan shall be presented in writing and orally to the Law and Order Committee by the end of the first quarter. Legislative concern number 10, Division of Public Safety. The Division of Public Safety shall reestablish the Drug and Gang Task Force. This task force is to be established by the end of the first quarter. Legislative concern number 11, Division of Public Safety. The Division of Public Safety shall develop a plan for all Navajo Nation police officers, rangers, forestry, and fish and wildlife officers to be Navajo Nation certified in the Police Officer Standards Training Program by the end of the second quarter of FY21. Division of Public Safety shall provide an update to the Law and Order Committee on its progress by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. That is Delegate Smith's legislative concern, and I'm not sure if I captured the essence of it, but that's what I came up with. Legislative concern number 12, Office of Legislative Counsel. The Office of Legislative Counsel shall prepare a work plan to update the Navajo Nation Code by the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2021. This work plan shall include a proposal for remaining current with amendments to the Navajo Nation Code. Legislative concern number 13, Office of the Speaker. The Office of the Speaker shall provide a draft policies and procedures manual for review to the Nabakeatia Committee by the end of the second quarter, which I wrote twice, by the end of the second quarter of FY 2021. Legislative concern number 14, Navajo Hopi Land Commission.
Kristen?
Yes.
On this number 13, what kind of policies and procedures manual? It's just real open-ended. It's like, what manual are we talking about?
Chair, this was Delegate Crotty's legislative concern, and she, in the discussion, she had indicated that she was under the impression that there was in existence a manual, at least in draft form, of policies and procedures for the Office of the Speaker. So I'm not sure, other than something that pertains to the inner workings of the Office of the Speaker, what that would entail, Chair.
Okay, I think this is, we were talking about their plan of operation. Their plan of operation has not been, hasn't been updated since 1989. And so this is what the concern was, is to have a draft of the updated plan of policies and procedures drafted, at the same time include policies and procedures with that, and along with the plan of operation. If I remember correctly, Shananta, Delegate Amber Crotty, on legislative concern number 13.
Thank you, Chair. There is a draft form. If that doesn't need, if you feel more comfortable in just saying developing policies and procedures, I'm fine with that. We just need something.
Number 14, Kristen.
Okay.
Chair, I forgot that we can, I just wanted to clarify for the legislative concern, there is a resolution for the medical examiner, and gosh darn it, where'd it go? So the reference to the medical examiner is LOCD -20-18, and this approved a plan of operation for the Navajo Department of Medical Examiners. So that's what I'm referring to, Chair. And Ms. Lowe did ask in terms of how are they going to get funded. That's a great question, and that's what we need to know. I didn't see it on their unmet needs. Chair, thank you.
Okay, Chair.
So I guess this was a legislation sponsored by Key Allen Begay.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
Oh boy. Okay. You know what? Let's take some time. Call back in 2 minutes. Committee members and Kristen.
Okay, Chair, I sent it off. Hopefully it'll be arriving in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Has the email arrived yet, Chair?
Yes, I'm reading it right now.
Okay.
And I believe the
Very good.
committee members are reading that too. It's almost 2:30, committee members. And how many of you remember when you're in kindergarten, 2:30 was nap time?
Vice Chair Smith here.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, we are reviewing the draft legislation for the budget. It's been emailed to us by Kristen Lowe.
Okay.
I just need to know what the red means. Thank you.
Okay, that's Kristen. Question on regarding the legislation.
Chair, members of the committee, the red, that's when I'm drafting legislation in the draft stages. I put in red fonts the places that I need to go back and look at and change. So the reason that the dollar amounts are all in red, the dollar amounts that you're looking at are actually from last year's budget. And what happens is OMB will provide me the numbers, those numbers for the final version of this document, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Delegate Amber Crotty, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. That's helpful. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sure. Any other questions, committee members?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
On reviewing this, and we make comments, and we ask that it be amended if we have to. Is that what we're doing?
No, this is yes. If you wish to change language like we did earlier at the beginning of this today's hearing, we did delete a paragraph from the draft legislation.
Because she can't still reviewing it.
Chair, I have a question. This is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, go ahead, Shananta. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, so beginning page 3, line 23, paragraph C. I know that as a committee, we are not finished with the personal lapse amount. Depending on the committee, I'm just wondering language here, because theoretically, we've approved the 3.8 million. I just don't know, like, that's what I'm wondering. Do the numbers need do they need to match? So do we then have, so if it's 9.1 is available through the personal lapse, and we've only allocated or proposed to allocate 3.8, should we have some language on the remaining 5 point, or whatever is left, 5.3?
No, Delegate Crotty, that's the remaining after the 3.8. The total was 13,083,000 and some change. Then we took 3.8 from there to the general wage adjustment, and 9.1 is the remaining after the 3.8.
Okay, so we're just okay.
Actually, Chair, if I may, the 9.1 is last year's figure. So if it's in red, it means I haven't touched it.
Okay. It'd be 9 point. It'd be 9 point something though.
Okay.
How convenient is that?
Sam that gave us that figure earlier.
Well, I guess it's still, once this number turns black, it's a number there, but we've only allocated the 3.8.
Technically, whatever is not allocated goes into the UUSB. So as of this stage, you've allocated the 3.8, so the remainder goes into the UUSB. I know the plan is to visit next week and to see if you're going to waive CF 0711 and fund some other projects like the committee did last year. But I hesitate to add language about other projects since we don't have figures yet, and it would have to be amended anyway. The resolution CF 0711 provides that the excess personnel lapse funds that are not going into fund a general wage adjustment or a step increase goes into the UUFB, Chair.
Thank you for that explanation.
Chair, if I could have a question regarding getting ready for, so we do general wage adjustment. Are we going to do like a COLA, or is it up to individual programs to do that, to fund a step increase? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I believe step increases are individual based on their own performance evaluation of each employee, as far as if they are deserving or not. They were based on their evaluations from my experience. But Kristen, is that how it works?
Chair, I'm not going to pretend to know all of the factors that go into an employee getting a step increase, but what I can say is that CF 0711 provides for not just general wage adjustment, which I believe is the COLA, but also step increase and other salary adjustments pursuant to the pay plan. So the way I'm reading this is that step increases, general wage adjustments, and any adjustments to the pay scale can be funded through CF 0711. Now, the committee typically funds the general wage adjustment through this personnel lapse fund, but I don't think I've ever seen step increases funded out of this personnel lapse fund. I will certainly defer to DPM and OOC and OMB for historical experience on that. But this is where the waiver comes in. I'm kind of going back and forth on whether or not I have to waive CF 0711 at this point. I'm still thinking that one through, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response, Kristen. So do we have OMB on the line? I have Office of Management and Budget on the line. I believe they might have jumped off the line. Any other questions or comments, committee members?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shananda, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Chair. So Speaker Damon did make the suggestion regarding the waiver. And if Kristen just stated this, I didn't catch the resolution, so I apologize. The waiver, sending this over by September 10th. Thank you, Chair.
It was just Kristen, can you expand a little further on what you were talking about?
Yes, Chair. In reference to Delegate Crowdy's mention of what the speaker said, that would be a waiver of, bear with me 1 second. It's in 840. I think it's in 840 somewhere, but I can't find it right this second. I haven't drafted it yet. Oh, here it is. 840B, the Navajo Nation Council shall adopt the comprehensive budget no less than 20 days prior to the expiration of each fiscal year. So we're not there. And so I think that's what the speaker was referring to. Then there's also the CFO 711. So I am going to need some time to be not on a call so that I can actually sit in my office and think and draft. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response, Committee. Ms. Lowell? Back to Shananda. Delegate Amber-Crotty, does that help you with your answer?
Yes, thank you, Chair. If we're in a time crunch here, I think in terms of other critical areas, if we want to drop this today, we're going to need our LEDS Council to have time to finish finalizing the draft. Thank you, Chair.
Christina, with that, let's move forward then. If there's no questions regarding the draft of the legislation, I think everybody has had time to read it. So,
Chair.
Delegate Elmer Begay.
Yeah, Chair, let me refer you to the legislation draft of the AGIT regarding the 24th Navajo Nation Council relating to Budget and Finance Committee in the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Year 2021 Bakaki Comprehensive Budget. If you go down to number 3, the Executive Branch Bakaki, that first allocation Bakaki, is it $1 billion also there?
So $1.1 billion. And the reason for that is because they get a lot of government funds even in a K account.
Yeah. Okay. So this is an increase from last year. Is this including the CARES funding?
This is general funds. If you look at the listing down here, 117 million in general funds, 14 million indirect cost credit, 12.4 million in higher education set aside, 6 million. That cannot count. It comes out to $1.1 billion.
So that's not the travel funding. This is external funds specific area.
829 million comes from special revenue external aid. The K account, see that? That way the answer 829 million the Kage. Ada, that's the external funds. The K account, see that? So that's a big bulk of their budget.
So yeah, the reason why that I thought that there's some CARES funding which didn't come up to be the 714 but there's some that was 16 million which aid that programs. So I thought that was part of it.
That's a separate.
Okay, all right. That's one question.
Any other questions? Committee members? I need a motion to move this forward so Legislative Council can complete the drafting of this legislation.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, motion by Shananda. Delegate Elmer Begay. Is there a second?
Yellowhair, vote second.
Shananda, Delegate Yellowhair. Good. With that, Shananda, Delegate Yellowhair, how do you vote? Shananda, Delegate Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. I'll vote green. Let's move on. Chair.
Good. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith? Delegate Amber Cardi?
Delegate Amber Kenneth Bach-Crotty votes green. I want to know where Delegate Yellowhair's at. It sounds like he's at a party. Thank you, Chair.
He said he's in Rough Rock attending the family function.
I thought he said he was in Window Rock. Okay, thank you.
After that, he's going to Second Mesa. So
It's his birthday.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Shana, I'm back to you. Delegate Amber Carter, you voted green, right?
I voted green. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Delegate Elmer Pibigay?
No, green.
Okay. Back to you, Shananta. Vice Chair Smith? We have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. And we are now at the tail end of our agenda, which is a motion to adjourn. Committee members, is there a motion?
Chairman.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, hold on.
Before you recognize that motion, I just need to make sure, are we done with the veterans budget? We're okay with that?
I believe there was a bit email sent out regarding that. Let me see here. Peggy. Oh, no, it's the Washington office.
No, that's the Washington office. The budget was sitting a little bit for O&B working with them.
Okay. Delegate Yellowhair, can you mute the phone? Okay. I believe what we did on the veterans budget was that we relied on OMB to work with the Navajo Veterans Administration, since Emmett Francis had already compiled the numbers, and the way the amendment was made. And therefore, he will be double checking the budget when it comes to him to make sure that those numbers conform with the numbers he has, taking it from the general funds and taking it to the agency council. And that's what our discussion was when we decided to move forward. Shananta, Delegate Amber Cardi.
Thank you, Chair. Just so that we're all clear, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Krishna, with that, motion to adjourn, Shananta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay is recognized. Second by Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, committee members, we do have a work session. Our regular meeting is on Tuesday at 10 o'clock. And so we decided to meet in person, so we should all be in Window Rock Tuesday. And as soon as we adjourn our regular meeting, then we'll go into work session mode. With that, committee members, Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Chair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Delegate Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I just lost signal and I was trying to call in my other phone, but now I'm back. So we're adjourning. I'll be vote green.
Delegate Amber Cardi.
Chairman Henyo, I vote green. Thank you very much. Be safe out there, Delegate Yellowhair. Be safe.
Don't party too much.
Delegate Amber Cardi votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green too. I wrote lunch orders of the fifth for Tuesday.
Noted by staff. With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. It is 2:55. And staff, Peggy and Ramona, thank you so much. Our principal attorney, Ms. Kristen Lonado, thank you, for all the hard work that you're doing, along with Dana Barboff, Department of Justice. If you're still on the line, thank you so much. Out of the Office of the Controller, and then also the Office of Management and Budget staff, thank you so much for taking us through this whole 2 weeks of budget hearings. And Hinana, so committee members, we did a lot of work, and we did good. So I look forward to seeing everybody in person on Tuesday. No, Kushina. So we're here by turn. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend.
Chair, are you still on?
No. Go ahead.
Chair, on Tuesday, the meeting will start around 10 o'clock, and I think we only have like maybe 1 or 2 legislations. Do you want Kristen to do a report, and then you guys can just convene into a work session? And then you make those amendments saying that these will be added to these are okay, or whatever, that you accept the unmet needs and the carryover information, Nikki, and then you can adjourn after that? Or do you, because that can be done. Well, we've done that in the past anyway with Budget and Finance. We start a meeting and then we go into work session. So that I know one of the concerns that I think it was Vice Chair, he was saying that work session A, we can't take action items, so that you can go back into your regular meeting mode and make those actions at that time. Or, like you were saying, you can adjourn from your regular meeting and then just start a work session and then deal with whatever the results are from the work session at the special meeting.
I guess the second part, where we do a regular meeting, we exit, adjourn, and then start a work session, and then still schedule that special meeting Thursday morning after the 5-day comment period, because there might be some comments that you might want to take a look at too also.
Okay, so on the Thursday, I would suggest that we should start early, because if Nabi's going to start their budget session previously, with Budget and Finance, we usually go like around maybe 8 o'clock or something like that, because afterwards is the if there's a lot of amendments, I have to make sure that it's all legally correct with Kristen and all that. To get signed and all that.
You'll have that prior item from the work session. You'll know what the amendments are going to be. So therefore, it should already be ready. And all we'll do is just act on those amendments as they come.
That's the thing is, your principal attorney, to get that language for the committee report. Because that committee report is the one that you have to is the one that you'll have to sign, and then there's going to be other amendments too, probably from OMB or controllers or whomever, and then that takes time looking at it and whatever, So then we have to do the language again, and so it's time consuming. So the transition from BNF to NABI, so we just need to have it a little bit earlier, the meeting.
Put it on the agenda as an action item for a special meeting, and that way we'll come to a consensus on the time again.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Peggy. This is Dominic.
Go ahead. We're out of session, so feel free to speak.
Okay. I thought I understood Speaker Damon saying that NABI won't meet until the 18th. And then he was saying council probably wouldn't meet till the 21st. Although that part is still up in the air, I guess he would have to see how many of the council delegates, if they would be interested in coming in over the weekend. So if it's the 21st and it goes into the 22nd, see, it's cutting into the president's 10 days.
No, speaker mentioned.
Actually, if I could ask, Chair, I've been meaning to ask, can we waive that 10-day provision? I think in the spirit of collaboration, I don't know if there's president staff on the line, or all of this is pretty transparent. Does it have to be 10 days? Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Crotty, I'm still on the line.
That's where we have, I think the delegate, as the legislation is being drafted, we could put that into the legislation also is the waiver language, and if the president is in agreement to it, and then we could waive that 10 days that Mr. Bahi is still on the line, being the voice of the president right now.
Thank you. I vote for Chris to give us an answer. Thank you.
It's we're out of session, so just go ahead and feel free to speak.
Chair, this is Chris. I'll take that question to the president. I do think, I think of maybe a formal letter from the committee to Speaker